I will just go straight to business and say that our first speaker of the day is Sebastian Rödl, who has been kind enough to visit us the second time in Ljubljana, I think. The first time was about a year ago, before Corona times, and I hear that he hasn't really traveled much in... Oh, thank you very much. Yes, yes. Thank you for this. Thank you for this. The whole point of me saying these platitudes was to check the microphone, so this is very good. Thank you. So Sebastian Rödl is a professor of philosophy at the University of Leipzig, and prior to moving to Leipzig, he has worked in Pittsburgh and Basel, and has held various and numerous visiting appointments, among them at the University of Chicago, Columbia University, and Université de Picardie. He is the author of Self-Consciousness and Objectivity, and Categories of the Temporal, as far as books are concerned, and for Slovenian readership, you might already be acquainted with his self-consciousness work, which is translated by Martin Hergoud and has been published by Kartina as Samozavedanje. So this is the formal introduction, and Professor Rödl, if you want to say some platitudes to check the microphone.
Okay, well, and maybe, I don't know whether it's a platitude, but it's not audible, right? You can't hear. This doesn't work. I would like to stand. I mean, can we have something so that I can speak into the microphone and stand, because I don't want to sit. Oh, this is now makes me like a European Song Contest participant. Wow, yeah. Well, I see what I can do with that. That's not good either, because I want to use my hands too. No, I don't know. Whatever. What is? Yeah, well, that's an idea. Yeah, see? All right. That's good. I want to use my hands and I want to stand, so...
I think this is why, thank yous and platitudes were developed in the first place. I think people simply wanted to test the microphones and didn't have time to do that beforehand. So this is why we have this. And this is why we thank the organizers.
Does it work like this here? Yeah. Now, am I audible? Okay. Well, it's not a platitude, I suppose. I don't think so. I feel deeply grateful to be invited to speak to you. I think this is a terrific conference, and I'm very glad to be part of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think last time I spoke here, I remember I had a glass of wine. Now it's water, but there was no wine. But I think it was in the evening last time. I think so. Not a failure in hospitality. It's a commonplace that the tradition of German idealism, and specifically Hegel, recognized self-consciousness, the character of thought by which, in thinking what it does, thought thinks itself, to be the principle and the medium of philosophy. The medium, philosophy is the endeavor to express what is understood in self-consciousness, in thought's thinking itself. The principle, what is understood in philosophy, is understood to have no ground outside that very understanding of it, and in this sense to be its own principle. Hegel presents philosophical understanding, the exposition of the self-consciousness of thought, of thinking, as absolute knowledge. while it seems to me that this is shared in a broad strand of the tradition of philosophy, it is not easily received today. Knowledge, people say, is fallible, is reversible, forever transforming, a dynamic, interminable process. Moreover, it is pluriform, it's local, it's embedded, and it's shot through with blind spots, blurred with impurities, muddled by external conditions. And Hegel, it said, did not appreciate this, and he hankered after an eternal, uniform, and transparent system of knowledge. It seems to me that the conception of knowledge as reversible, situated, and intransparent, and its alleged superiority to the idea that animates Hegel's philosophy, manifests a lack of familiarity with the idea of knowledge, namely with the idea of absolute knowledge. And this lack of familiarity is the deed, nowadays anyway, of a pervasive naturalism, a naturalism by no means confined to the Anglo-American mainstream discourse. And as it is pervasive, it is hard to remove. I think a good way to begin the task of removing it, a good way to provide an opening for absolute knowledge and thus for philosophy and thus for Hegel, is to explain what it means and why it is that absolute knowledge is not knowledge of something, but knowledge of nothing. When it is seen that what is known in absolute knowledge is nothing, it will be a little more difficult to get the debunking discourse going, according to which it should be fallible, embedded, and blind to itself. Nowadays, I said, the main obstacle to the comprehension of the idea of absolute knowledge is naturalism. And while naturalism is pervasive, there are tendencies today that reject it. It seems, however, that these are still too much in its thrall in order fully to break free from it. The tendencies I speak of are, this is what I shall call them, you may know them under different names. The tendencies I speak of are philosophical quietism, often presented as a radical realism, and formal idealism, a tendency in the wake of Kant and Kantianisms. My exposition of the idea of absolute knowledge as knowing nothing thus will proceed by way of a passage through naturalism, formal idealism, and quietism. It is hard to introduce self-consciousness, for it's everywhere. Yet let us try to catch it somewhere. Suppose I think snow is white. Indeed, I do think that. Now, in thinking snow is white, I understand myself to think that. No further act of the mind, specifically no further thought, is needed on the part of her who thinks that snow is white in order for her to be conscious of thinking that snow is white. Thinking that snow is white is thinking oneself to think that. We may put this by saying that the thought expressed by snow is white is the same as the one expressed by I think snow is white. Now, when we say what we just did about snow is white, and I think snow is white, we are not interested in what is expressed by snow is white, specifically. Any sentence other than snow is white, as long as it expresses something capable of being thought, will do equally well. Thus, we may represent our concern as one with, I think, P and P. Using P, as is customary, in order indiscriminately to indicate something thinkable. Then our thought is this: thinking something, thinking P, and understanding oneself to think it, thinking I think P, are but one thought. P and I think P signify but one thing, thought. And now this idea employs the idea neither of snow nor that of whiteness. It considers what is thought, it considers what is such as to be thought and the thinking of it. The only idea that figures in it is that of thought. I said I would use the letter P in order indiscriminately to indicate something thinkable. And this is a familiar use of that letter. Let us consider the idea expressed by that letter. Thinking something, we use concepts of something about which, using these concepts, we think. For example, we deploy the concept white. Such a concept has a content. It is determinate, and it determines, thereby, what we think through it, thinking it to be so. And here the term so indeterminately signifies a concept's content. Now, the concept's determinacy, as I already intimated, may be considered from two sides. The concept is determinate, and it is a determining. As a concept is determinate, it differs from other concepts. Being white is not the same as being heavy. Being snow is not the same as being grass. As a concept determines, namely what is thought through it, it is a capacity to distinguish one thing from other things. What is heavy in being heavy differs from what is not heavy. Thus, the determinacy of a concept is a double difference. The difference of the concept from other concepts, and there's the difference of one so from other so's, and the difference of what is thought through the concept from what cannot be thought through it, the difference of what is so from what is not so. The consciousness of this double difference is but one consciousness. It is the determinacy of the concept, the consciousness of it as determinate, and thereby as determining or as determining by being determinate. Now, a determinate concept, a concept with content, may be more or less general. We ascend from a given concept to a more general one as we strip away determinations that the former contains. We abstract from these, as we may put it, or perhaps better, we abstract the general concept from the less general one. Just as the concept from which it is abstracted, the abstracted concept has a content. Its content is thinner, yet it has a content. It differs from other concepts, and it is a capacity to distinguish one thing from another. Abstraction moves from content to content. Now, we may contemplate stripping a concept not only from certain of its determinations, but from all determinacy. Call this the absolute abstraction. It may seem that the absolute abstraction is a specially thorough form of abstraction. It carries abstraction as far as is at all possible. However, precisely because it carries abstraction to its limit, the absolute abstraction is no abstraction. Absolute abstraction annihilates all content and thus all difference of one concept from another. Hence, it does not proceed from any particular concept. It does not use and therefore does not require anything that a particular concept would give. On the contrary, it repels any determination that would be so given. The absolute abstraction abstracts from any determination and thus annihilates all difference of one concept from another. Therefore, in contrast to an abstracted concept, the absolute abstraction has no content. It is not a concept differing from other concepts, and hence it does not distinguish one thing from another. Thinking something through the absolute abstraction is not thinking it not to be otherwise than therein it is thought to be. The absolute abstraction is not a particularly thorough form of abstraction. It is no abstraction at all. It is not an element, and therefore not the last element in a series of concepts of ascending generality developed by abstraction. It is not more general than concepts falling within such a series. Indeed, the absolute abstraction is not general at all. It cannot be introduced by examples presented so as to draw attention to something these examples have in common, the way in which one would introduce a general concept, judiciously choosing examples that reveal something they have in common, which is thought in the general concept. The absolute abstraction cannot be introduced in this way, for it abstracts from all determinations and thus from everything that something could have in common with something. In this way, the absolute abstraction is unique. I shall mark its uniqueness by calling it not general, but universal. The absolute abstraction is the universal idea. The universal idea does not arise from a particular concept. If it did arise from a particular concept, then any concept, no matter what its content, would give rise to it in the same way. Hence, what is thought in this idea is not this or that content. What is thought in this idea is content überhaupt. Content as such. Content here is content thought in the absolute abstraction. Embracing the universal idea, thought turns to itself. The letter P, a well-known letter. The letter P, indeterminately indicating something thinkable, signifies the universal idea. It expresses the absolute abstraction. Ordinary language supplies expressions that serve the purpose that P is called upon to serve in philosophical writing, namely, so it is. It is so. Things are so. Things are thus and so. We can present the self-consciousness of thought, thought's turn to itself, by means of that latter locution, thinking that things are so, and thinking oneself to think that they are, is but one thought. There's but one thing, thought, in this thought. So the expression that in ordinary language gives voice to the absolute abstraction is what is, or being. In ancient Greek, toon, or einai. The absolute abstraction is the idea of being. Aristotle asserts that being is not a genos. This is the point I made above. The absolute abstraction is not a general concept. It is unique. The absolute abstraction is thought thinking itself. Hegel describes Parmenides, who announces that being alone is, and not being not at all, as expressing the excitement of thoughts embracing itself in its absolute abstraction. The idea of being that Parmenides announces is the universal idea. Hegel says this idea is thought embracing itself. It is thinking, thinking, thinking. Parmenides does not present himself in so many words as speaking thought of itself, yet this is what he does. I want to distinguish now three ways of understanding the turn of thought to itself, and here we will encounter naturalism, formal idealism, philosophical quietism. Three ways of understanding thought's turn to itself. They can be encountered in the history of philosophy, as well as in today's discourse. And these are thereby three ways of understanding philosophy and of understanding the understanding that philosophy seeks. It may seem that thought, as it turns to itself, turns to a certain thing. Thought is one among the many things that may be thought. Then, the idea of thought, of judgment, has a content. It is determinate, differing from other concepts, and it determines, distinguishing what can be thought through it from what cannot. Thought, thinking itself, then, according to this understanding of thought's turn to itself, thought thinking itself is not the absolute abstraction. It is an abstraction. It is a general concept which isolates something that is common among many things, or processes, or states, or acts, whichever term is felt to fit best. You know, they're mental states, there are mental processes. I've heard it said. When this is said, we know that this conception of thoughts turning to itself is being expressed, which I shall in a minute call naturalism. Accordingly, then, it makes sense to contemplate the possibility, or even assert the actuality of a science, a special science whose object is circumscribed by this general concept. One may want to call it thought science, knowledge science, or cognition science. Further, insofar as philosophy is different from science and is called, in order to mark that difference, metaphysics, there will be a special branch of metaphysics that treats of thought, a metaphysics of thought, or a metaphysics of the mind, a booming discipline. I refer to this conception of thought as naturalism because it places thought among the objects of theoretical knowledge and therewith in nature. A second understanding of thought's turning to itself, recognizes, this is an advance, it recognizes that thought is an abstraction, that this turn of thought to itself is an abstraction from all content. And consequently, and in contrast to naturalism, it does not understand thought to be one among the many things that may be thought. Yet, that second understanding of thought turning to itself maintains that something survives the abstraction in which thought thinks itself. As we abstract from all content of concept, we are left with the form of a concept. There is something for thought to think as it thinks itself, its form. And there are concepts deployed in thought thinking itself, formal concepts. So while the absolute abstraction, I'm articulating the second understanding, so while the absolute abstraction remains an abstraction, a discontinuity here is marked between the concept of thought and any concept that has a content. A formal concept is not a general concept. It cannot be introduced by a judiciously chosen example. I call this understanding of thought thinking itself formal idealism. In contrast to naturalism, formal idealism does not allow for a science of thought. The form of thought is the necessary form of all knowledge, and thus of any science, but the mere form of a science is not a science. A third response to the idea of thought thinking itself is to deny that there is such a thing. It is to assert that the idea of absolute abstraction is incoherent. The absolute abstraction is said to abstract from everything. Hence, nothing remains to be thought. This is an advance over formal idealism, which did hold that there something remains, something survives the all-consuming fire of the absolute abstraction. That is the form of thought. The third response I'm considering rejects this. Nothing remains, again, in advance. Nothing remains to be thought, not even a form. The absolute abstraction thinks nothing. And this means that what presents itself as the absolute abstraction is an illusion of a thought and no thought at all. This response may be elaborated in the claim that the appearance of an absolute abstraction is generated by a misuse of language, and in this misuse, expressions are presumed to say something even while the conditions are rejected under which alone these expressions have a content. What then they are presumed to say is bound to be a queer sort of content. There's a form of debunking of metaphysics that followers of Wittgenstein are very fond of presenting. It's also, as I said, very much the animus of certain strands that present themselves as radically realist. In the face of this, in the face of this queer sort of content, that is the illusion of which is generated by this misuse of language, it is the task of philosophy neither to provide a metaphysics of thought, rather the work of the philosopher is to dissolve the illusion that there is an intellectual activity that answers to these incoherent notions by unmasking the forms of expression used in service of the imaginary task as saying nothing at all. Now, I shall refer to this stance toward the universal idea as quietism, for it wants to heed what it understands to be Wittgenstein's injunction in the Tractatus, and be quiet. Hegel rejects all these notions of thought thinking itself. Hegel rejects naturalism in the broadest possible sense. He rejects any conception that treats thought as one among the manifold objects of theoretical knowledge, and in this way places thought in nature. For thought thinking itself is the absolute abstraction, hence the idea of thought is not a general concept. Therefore, there is no such thing as a science of thought, nor is there a metaphysics of thought. Hegel equally rejects formal idealism. Formal idealism appreciates that thought thinking itself expels all content, yet it conceives the absolute abstraction as an abstraction. It isolates something that all thoughts have in common, and this is to be not a content, but a form. A form is the determination that thought possesses, independently of any content. Laying out that form in a table of judgments or of categories, we describe the intellect. Thought thus appears to be a determinate power, its determination being captured in these tables. If we want to say what the intellect is, Kant will tell us, look at the table of judgments. That is what it is. And in that way, it is presented there as a determinate power, the power of thought, and Kant speaks in this way continuously. However, the absolute abstraction, I urged, is no abstraction. Hence, thought is not a power distinguished from other powers. It transcends the concept of substance, power, act. Hegel insists then that thought thinking itself thinks nothing. This does not mean he embraces quietism. He's not quiet. For he rejects the notion that thinking nothing is not thinking. Seeing nothing is not seeing, and this reflects that seeing needs something that it sees. For that reason, seeing nothing can only be not seeing. Now, it happens that people think nothing in this way, namely because they lack something that they would need in order to think. But this is not the absolute abstraction. The absolute abstraction thinks nothing not because it lacks content, but because it has shed all content. The absolute abstraction, precisely in thinking nothing, is so far from lacking something that it is the knowledge that thought does not need anything at all. This is to say that the absolute abstraction is absolute knowledge. Consequently, while there is not a metaphysics, no metaphysics of something, there is metaphysics. The absolute abstraction, thought thinking itself, is knowledge of being as such. And while there are sciences, there is no science of thought, for thought is understood through itself, which understanding is not a science, but philosophy. Now, the three responses to the universal idea, along with Hegel's rejection of all of them, can be presented as four ways of understanding self-consciousness. For the itself in thought thinking itself is the indirect reflexive that appears as prefix in self-consciousness. The first response understands self-consciousness to be a consciousness of, the self-consciousness of thought. It understands the self-consciousness of thought to be a consciousness with a determinate content. I think, according to this idea, is a consciousness of or a reference to a certain object which is signified by I, applying to it a certain concept which is signified by think. Its peculiarity as self-consciousness resides in its being a very special form of reference to that object, which provides for a special perspective on it, allowing a special manner of applying the predicate. The second response understands formal idealism, that is, understands self-consciousness to be a mere form and thus to be empty. I think does not represent anything and thus is not knowledge of anything. Rather, it is the mere form of a representation or of knowledge. The third response finally warns against understanding the first-person pronoun insofar as it signifies the subjectivity of thought, to refer to a particular object, and insists on its difference from any thought of an object, without giving a positive specification of this difference. Absolute idealism, in contrast to all three of these responses, shows self-consciousness, thought thinking itself, to think nothing, therein thinking the whole. Absolute idealism understands self-consciousness to be absolute knowledge. Thought of itself thinks nothing. It is not a general concept, something that particulars may have in common and which distinguishes those that have it from those that do not. It may seem that, as nothing is thought in the universal idea, the exposition of it as absolute knowledge is meaningless. We fall silent. Yet the opposite is true. Philosophy thinks nothing. This means that it does not think this or that. It does not mean that it does not think. Precisely not. Philosophy is thinking. It is not thinking this or that, but thinking. Equivalently, we may say, philosophy does not say this or that. Rather, philosophy says. So far from being mute, philosophy is the opening up of speech as such. And therefore, for that reason, there is in philosophy not speech and counter-speech, dictio and contradictio, but speech. There is speech. Aristotle assigns to philosophy the office of expounding the law of non-contradiction, because that law is the principle of what is insofar as it is. Now, when he engages the attempt to deny that law, he does not refute this denial. Rather, he shows the one who denies the law of non-contradiction to be mute. Indeed, to mute himself. And Plato, in the Sophistes, is horrified by the idea of a loss of language on the ground that this would amount to the loss of philosophy. Now, this is peculiar, for one might want to come up with a lot of other things that are lost as language is lost. When Plato mentions none of these but philosophy, this suggests that he considers philosophy to be wherever language is. So these are my authorities for the thought that philosophy says. Not this or that, but says. Quietism is the notion that what I here said philosophy is, that is not. Quietism is the notion that there is only thinking this or that. There's no such thing as thinking. Now, the quietist cannot be refuted, nor need they be, as long as they speak. This would require further elaboration, but I want to say provisionally why it is an error to hold that the absolute abstraction is incapable of articulation, why it is an error to hold that there is no such thing as thinking, which is not thinking this or that, but thinking. The absolute abstraction is thought's turn to itself. Now, this turn, and here I return to my starting point, this turn is the opening of a difference. It opens up the difference of, I think, P and P. It opens up that difference, and this difference is not a difference of contents, thought. It's not that the different thing is thought in the one from that which is thought in the other. This difference is not a difference of contents, thought. It is the difference that thought, that judgment, that knowledge is. It is the difference of the universal idea, the difference that the universal idea itself is. The universal idea is difference, and therewith determinacy. This, I submit, is Hegel's Grundgedanke. We encountered it above when we observed that thinking something is thinking oneself to think it. The determinacy of thought, or its thinking something, is its universality. It is its thinking itself. Thought thinking itself thinks nothing. This rejects naturalism. Yet thinking nothing is not, precisely not thinking. The universal idea is determinacy. This rejects quietism. The determinacy of the universal idea is not provided from outside it through it's being given a content in the exercise of a separate faculty, sensibility. Rather, it is itself determinacy, and this rejects formal idealism. Philosophy is the determinacy of the universal idea. Now, what I said here is not yet in any case an introduction to the idea of absolute knowledge. Perhaps it qualifies as an introduction to an introduction, for it may serve us in this way when we encounter assertions that Hegel is a degenerate metaphysician of a bygone age, or conversely, that he can provide us with the conceptual means by which we shall comprehend and overcome the travails of our present times. We should probe these assertions by asking whether, by their own understanding of themselves, they say something or nothing. If they say something, we know they have nothing to do with Hegel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sebastian. This was quite exciting and quite excellent, I'd have to say. So there are booming questions. I'm.
We take questions now. I thought we would first have the presentation and then questions.
Oh, sorry for this. I had so many questions in my head, so I wanted to discuss it right away. But we'll do it as it is supposed to be done. So we'll just move to the next presentation. Is that what we're doing, Bara? Okay, good. So let's move to the next presentation, which is a presentation by Bara, Kolenc, and Anna Jovanović. So it's a we'll see two people presenting at once. Fortunate for us, they will be presenting the same paper. So Bara Kolenc, apart from being one of the organizers and president of Aufhebung Association, is a research fellow at the Department of Philosophy at the Faculty of Arts in Ljubljana, and she's also a lecturer at the Academy for Theatre, Radio, Film and Television in Ljubljana. She's the author of Repetition and Enactment in Slovenian, and she's preparing an English edition as I speak. And Anna Jovanović, she's also here. She's a research associate at the Department of Philosophy at the Faculty of Arts in Ljubljana, and she's working in a multidisciplinary team dedicated to testing and providing theoretical underpinnings to verbal lie detection theories. That sounds extremely exciting. And if you two are ready, I will just leave the floor to you. If you are not ready, however, let me read the title of your presentation, which is Being and Too-lateness.
Sorry.
So let's
Check the microphone first.
Does it work?
Yeah, like
Okay.
this it works. So you have to speak close to the mic.
Okay, let's begin with the beginning. So we believe that it is necessary before the beginning to make some preliminary remarks. And in this context, question first, where are we now? And the answer is at the opening of the conference dedicated to the celebration of Hegel. Hegel's anniversary inaugurated under the heading Too Late? And our contribution is entitled Being and Too-lateness. And the second question is, where should we begin? And we should like to begin precisely at this point, by addressing the issue of being and too-lateness as situated in a context which invokes the name of Hegel. And consequently, Hegel's being, Hegel's science, Hegel's eventual too-lateness.
Okay. The idea of our contribution is to think about the relation between ontology and too-lateness. And first of all, we just want to use a definition of ontology, like perhaps, okay, the most basic one from Aristotle's physics, and Anna will read it.
Yeah, so speaking about ontology and too-lateness, nature of being, what does it mean? It is not necessary but convenient to introduce Aristotle's definition, first because it's foundational, second because it's not about Hegel, it's not from Hegel, and third because it goes to the beginning of speaking about being. So this definition is exposed upside, and it goes like that. There is a science which investigates being qua being, and the properties inherent in it in virtue of its own nature. This science is not the same as any of the so-called particular sciences, for none of the others contemplates being generally, qua being. They derive off some portion of it and study the attributes of this portion, as do, for example, the mathematical sciences. But since it is for the first principles and the most ultimate causes that we are searching, clearly they must belong to something in virtue of its own nature. Hence, if these principles were investigated, but those also investigated the elements of existing things, the elements must be elements of being, not incidentally, but qua being. Therefore, it is of being qua being that we too must grasp the first causes. So this is the definition, and of course, it would be nice to ask, so what is this being? And say that nobody knows. To confirm this elementary fact, let's just remember the other definition of Aristotle, which says, it's a description actually, indeed the question which was raised long ago is still and always will be, and which always baffles us, what is being? Question mark. Is, in other words, this question is, in other words, what is beingness, ousia in Greek. Some say that is one, others more than one, some finite, others infinite. And so for us too, our chief and primary and practical, our only concern is to investigate the nature of being in the sense of beingness. So, what is being? Even Aristotle can say, but the thing is that being is, as being, it is the primary and only question of philosophy and science. So, yes.
Okay, so having said that, our initial question is the following one. Is there a link between being as being and being too late? If so, in what it consists? What does this link involve? Here, being is intended as real, namely the real being, the being itself. We have an initial hypothesis in regards to that. We claim that too-lateness could be, and eventually is, a precise characterization of the nature of being. That is to say that too-lateness is something that befalls being, precisely inasmuch it is being qua being, and thereby it should be understood as determination of beingness itself. We believe that Hegel's Science of Logic, Book 1, the doctrine of being, is the privileged place for elaboration and eventual confirmation of this thesis. What do we talk about when we talk about too-lateness? When we speak about too-lateness today, this speech has some fatalistic undertone. It is all over. There is no more chances. It's already too late. In an apocalyptic fever, we tend to embrace the reality into the totality of expiration. Everything, the world has already expired. We are living in the world that will soon expire. Too-lateness in this sense is proposed as a label for diagnosing the state of our zeitgeist and the present in which we live. Let's call this a vulgar notion of too-lateness. As a noun composed of two stems, namely too and late, an adverb and an adjective, plus the inflection ness, the word too-lateness implies a fact or a quality of being. Thus, too-lateness is a fact or quality of being too late. The prefix too points at something excessive, to something that is over, überspäten, an over or super lateness. Therefore, too-lateness is not belatedness as being late, but is an excessive, an exceeding lateness. Belatedness or lateness misses the beginning of an event and catches its last accords, like the O of Minerva. Contrary to that, too-lateness misses the very lateness. It is lateness itself that is over, together with the event that has already passed. Too-lateness is not only missing the event, like lateness or belatedness, it is also missing the very lateness. The flip side of the excess of the prefix "to" is, as we can see, some sort of a lack. There is certain non-reality, certain missed reality that opens up in this gap. This missed reality is always already inscribed into the event. This means that too-lateness is, stricto sensu, not what comes after an event, but something that comes along with the event as its own misoccurrence. So this would be our initial hypothesis, a starting point. Too-lateness is not something that comes after the event. It's something that comes with the event as its own misoccurrence. So whenever something happens, something also doesn't happen. It's already too late for something that didn't happen in the very moment that something happened. We will enter into Hegel's thought on being and observe its landscape from two angles and twice. So this is our bet or our experiment. We will try to go from two directions and come together. We'll try to think this relation between being and being too late from two perspectives. First perspective is from the angle of eventuality, where the question is whether being, pure being, has actually occurred. This will be Anna's way. And secondly, from the angle of repetition, where the question is how being is actually being repeated. This will be mine. So I'm giving word to Anna's way.
So this sentence, I hope everybody recognizes. Where does it come from? In the beginning was being, pure being. Also, in the beginning was beginning would function. Exposed like that, it was to suggest that here we are entering into Hegel's landscape in the book, but also we are talking about being and the beginning, qua being, the being, the real being, the being as a primary being. So, taking this into consideration, we probably all know about the problems with the beginning, especially with our problems of understanding Hegel's beginning. But we will skip these problems because today, this is not our story today. Our focus today here is just to think the beginning, and let's say Hegel did it right. I mean, I'm sure he did it, but let's presuppose this is not just for Hegel the necessity of beginning, of being, but it is the necessity of the world itself. So when we are speaking about too-lateness and introducing it by the determination of being, as a determination of being, we connect it with the first truth, which was elaborated from Hegel in the third paragraph of the beginning. So we said in the beginning was being, pure being. If this is true, and it is, we can speak about an event of being or about a beginning as an event. Now, considering this, let's see what happens. First paragraph says precisely that, being pure being without further determination. The last sentence of this same paragraph finishes with the sentence, being the indeterminate immediate is in fact nothing, and neither more nor less than nothing. Second paragraph, nothing, pure nothing. It is simply equally with itself, complete emptiness, complete absence of determination and content, lack of all distinction within. Last sentence, nothing is therefore the same, determination, or rather absence of determination, and thus altogether the same as what pure being is. So this is the beginning. And now there it comes, the third paragraph. And this third paragraph announces itself with the sentence, the truth of this beginning. Okay, firstly he recapitulates Hegel. Pure being and pure nothing are therefore the same. The original is the same. Pure being and pure nothing is therefore the same. The sentence which is interested, in which we are interested in, is the second one, the truth. The truth is neither being nor nothing, but rather their being has passed over into nothing and nothing into being, has passed over, übergegangen ist, not passes over, übergehen. Okay, so this is the truth. What does it mean? Let's elaborate the meaning of this sentence. Here we see, we read, we maybe reflect that being has passed over even before it became a real being, even before she was, not became, she was, even before she was real being, she, it, he, being past, not just past, doesn't pass, but has passed over. Being has passed over to nothing, nothing has passed over to being. This means that Hegel here is saying that being and nothing, both are the same beginning, has passed, superpassed, passed over, überpassed. Okay, further on. Superpassed, more than gone, super gone. This means bye-bye being, all gone. So being, first being, the beginning, we have no being. Why? It passed, absolutely passed over. It is super gone. Now, how to interpret this? Let's firstly highlight the grammatical form of this verb. So it is a participle which could be called in its three names. One is passive participle, second past participle, and third perfective participle. Without going to further details, this is enough to understand that being is here in a position of being passive, doesn't have any chance. It's in a position being not just past, but super past. And this act, this fact, is definitive. All gone. Perfective. Okay, so let's now think what this implies. If being has passed over even before it began. How the beginning is possible, how, or maybe better, how is it possible to proceed? How is it possible that anything happened at all? Being is forever past, all gone, so not just late, but super late. How is it possible that still we have a lot of logics after that? So this is the question, and to interpret it, we should now think about what is before this paragraph and what is after this paragraph. So Hegel is saying that this immediately implies another thing. So the first truth beats over past. Second truth, but the truth is just as much that they are not without distinction, being a nothing. It is rather that they are not the same, that they are absolutely distinct, and that each immediately vanishes in its opposite. Their truth is therefore this movement of the immediate vanishing of the one into another, becoming a movement in which the two are distinguished, but by distinction which has just immediately dissolved itself. So for Hegel, there is another truth coming with this same truth, and this truth is connected with becoming. And the second term used in this section after that, I didn't call that, is precisely Übergangen in terms of a transition, in terms of being transferred. So becoming and transferring, being transferred, are the next big truth, the next category of logic. Okay, now we should ask ourselves, why this first implies the other? Or how is it possible? How we have becoming if being has always already passed, or it precisely passed before it began? And there is a perspective in which I see it, and I think it elucidates the concept of Too-lateness. If being has overpassed, then this means that the first beginning, the first being, actually didn't happen. What does it mean there? What does it mean? The first beginning didn't actually happen. It happened, but it's not actual. Why it's not actual? It passed, it has overpassed even before it began. So, if the first beginning didn't actually happen, this means that the first beginning is a non-actual event, a non-actual beginning. And from this, we can say also that it's a beginning which doesn't have any truth, any real in itself. There is nothing real in this beginning, but it is the beginning. And so we have to think about the beginning as, let's say, occurred, but mis-occurred, and also as a non-actual beginning. From this, it follows that the second beginning is more actual, more real than the first one. But first of all, this is Bara part. First of all, how we could connect the overpast being before even beginning, and the transition, the same transition into becoming. What is the correlation? It's the same correlation. Yeah, I'm finishing. The correlation is that if being and nothing always already passed, then the truth is that they never were They never were being, they never were nothing. They never were the first beginning. Never. And if they never were the first beginning, then this sentence itself transforms into a becoming. Why? Because becoming is precisely not being, nothing, but transitioning one to another. Since we don't have enough time to go further, but I think it is enough, I will just announce Bara by saying that the second beginning is announced already in the first part, in the first section of logic, so in the section of being. And the second beginning is more real. But if there is a logic in this second beginning, this means that Hegel has to advance his logic with second chapter, which materializes the true beginning, the happened beginning, what really happened for the difference of the event which didn't happen, always already passed. So, passing the word to Bara.
Thanks. So, what I want to do and to think about is two things. One is how to start from repetition and think too-lateness of being through the idea of repetition. This is the first thing. And the other is to see how Hegel's dialectics or Hegel's ontologics works from the viewpoint of repetition. Let me begin with the first question. I will start with the perfective aspect, with the past participle, like übergegangen, but this past participle is named repeated. Repeated. So let's take a look at this. What does it mean? Say we are talking about a repeated lecture. The participle repeated clearly refers to the lecture that was repeated. But to which one? When I mention a repeated lecture, do I refer to the first one, to the original that was later repeated? Or do I refer to the second lecture, to the so-called copy that was repeated? Does it refer to the one that was repeated or to the one that was repeated? This you cannot know if I tell you about a repeated lecture. Because on the level of the signifier, there is no difference between the first and the second one. They are absolutely identical. They are both called a repeated lecture. The signifier repeated has this strange characteristic that it refers to two realities at once. Or to be more precise, it doesn't refer to the two realities. It directly produces them. It simultaneously produces the original and its copy, the scream and its echo. Or let's say we are talking about a repeated dream. I have a dream. After a couple of days, I have a dream that infiltrated into my sleeping as a weird copy of the first dream. Now, of course, even the first dream is not the same anymore. It acquires a different status, the status of a repeated dream. A dream that suddenly becomes more important to me just because it was repeated. Something turns around, something returns, I think. So I have this first dream that now becomes a repeated dream, and the second that appears as a repeated dream. The first and the second dream, as a repeated dream, are both established at once. As soon as the second dream appears, the entire reality of a dream is reconstituted. Now I don't have a dream anymore. I have a dream that repeats itself. I don't think about two dreams anymore. I think about one dream that is somehow doubled. In a way, this is one reality, a repeated dream. But at the same time, it is not. There were two dreams after all. What we have here is certain split of reality. It is exactly this doubling, this split of reality that lies at the core of repetition. This doubling is I call this doubling the basic scheme of repetition, which is exactly repeated. Can we just repeated. Go back. I don't have it. Sorry. It just repeated. Leave it. Just go to the first one, please. I'm sorry. So it's a repeated / repeated. The two events that form the basic scheme of repetition, which is repeated / repeated, or repeated difference and difference, indifference, which is in between, the two events that form the basic scheme of repetition are simultaneously differentiated and non-differentiated from each other. The gap between repeated and repeated, which produces both events of repetition as simultaneously identical and non-identical, establishes some sort of a difference between the two events of repetition, which I call a constructive difference. This difference is neither qualitative nor quantitative. It is, I would say, ontological. This difference is itself nothing but a split between presence and absence, between one and two, between difference and non-difference. It's not something third, this difference, it's not something third, inserted between one and two, between repeated and repeated. It is something that is present in its absence. It doesn't have any quality, any substance. It doesn't exist, yet it is the very gap, or the very connection and the very differentiation between the two. So it was quite much said, maybe not so much, but I have to refer to something that was written before about the beginning of logic as the first sentence being pure being. And this was interpreted as an initial split, initial doubling that somehow motors the beginning of logic. So it's something that needs to be, it needs to be set, not one thing, but two things that appear at once, that something, eventually the being itself and also the logic, starts rolling. But I would say, I'd like to elaborate this idea of repetition a little bit further. So I would say that the sentence being, pure being, is a certain doubling, which is not yet a repetition. It is the condition for repetition. So, as I said, there is a doubling that lies at the bottom, at the core of repetition, which is repeated/repeated. This I would call the basic scheme of repetition and the condition of repetition. But repetition starts when this very scheme is itself doubled. There we go from doubling to repetition. So being pure being, I would say, is not yet repetition proper, but is rather a split reality of participle repeated. So, okay, let me continue. As soon as repeated as an event or signifier occurs, its place is also established. Its place. But because we have a doubling as the first act of repetition, there are two events and two places established at the same time. We can mark those places with numbers. I have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I think we said we have 15 minutes each? Okay. Okay. So, I would mark these places with numbers 1 and 2. And it is essential for repetitions that these two places are not interchangeable. Because the two places are not interchangeable, the process of repetition is not reversible. Although they are produced simultaneously, they occupy two different places. One is repeated and the other is repeated, alleged original and alleged copy. What happens in the next turn of repetition is not this. So, it is not repeated 1, repeated 1, repeated 2, repeated 3, but this, repeated 1, repeated 2, and then the doubling of this, repeated 1, repeated 2. So if we go one step further, so we have, this repeated 1, repeated 2, and then if we would say being and being, pure being, being 1, being 2. So they occupy two different places, although they are one thing, one signifier as well. And then if we would say again, being, this would not be on place, this would not be on place 3, rather the second one would occupy the place 1 again, and so the second one, the second being, would occupy the place 1, and the third being would occupy the place 2. So that this is how repetition itself goes. So, okay, regarding the fact that I have only 3 minutes left, I will jump directly to the place where Hegel himself mentions repetition as a purely structural matter. And I want to confirm or to support this idea that repetition is not a multiplication of a singularity, which I call reproduction, but is a process of doubling of a doubling of a doubling. And I will go to the place where I find the support by Hegel for this thesis. So, this we can find in the chapter 1, remark 3 in Hegel's logic. Okay. Concept, I'm sorry, I will jump directly into this, but I believe you know logic by heart. So, Kant's a priori synthesis of self-consciousness, says Hegel, is diluted by Jacobi to pure abstraction. He reduced the synthesis in itself to the copula in itself, an is, without beginning and end, without what, who, or which. So here Hegel is quoting Jacobi and giving a comment on Jacobi's thought on pure abstraction. So for Jacobi, repetition is thus a sort. This, says Jacobi, this repetition of repetition ad infinitum, this is the one single occupation, function, and production of the purest of all pure syntheses. The synthesis is itself this mere, pure, absolute repetition. For Jacobi, repetition is thus a sort of a stubborn persistence in the same, a movement that produces nothing, a reproduction of the identical, whose most perfect form is possible precisely as a reproduction of the void, pure, contentless form. However, notes Hegel, and this is important for me, since there is no pause in it, that is, no negation, no distinguishing, the synthesis is not a repetition, but rather undifferentiated, simple being. So Hegel says that reproduction of copula is precisely not repetition. What is repetition is something that is slightly slightly zamaknieno, something shifted, yeah. What Jacobi names the purest repetition of repetition itself, the return of the copula is, as the supposed absolute identity, is for Hegel precisely not repetition, but is quite the opposite, an a priori abolishment of any possibility of repetition. It is the difference, or with Hegel's words, the pause, the distinguishing, the negation, that is the lever of repetition. Okay, let me just say with my words, to be very quick. The proposition is that the first chapter and the second chapter of logic, that we can see them as repeated one, repeated two. So we could see the beginning of Hegel's logic as the split into two. So in this sense, the first chapter of logic would not be logic yet, but would be the eventuality of logic, would be something that conditions the continuation, the second chapter, but is somehow produced as the alleged original, as we saw with the example of a dream. So from the perspective, okay, this is very like diagonally saying, but from the perspective of entire logic, if we would say that we would take the entire logic as a dream, as a repeated dream, then the first and the second chapter could be thought as the initial split of the repeated itself, this initial doubling that makes the dream a repeated dream, and then the dream continues to repeat itself through all the three logics. Okay, now only one sentence because I have to come to too-lateness. How and why? Too-lateness is described in repetition, and what does this have to do with the being itself? So, too-lateness, in a way, stems from repetition. As soon as the two events of repetition occur, one of them is the one that is already too late, the original. It has always already turned into too-lateness. It has always already missed the opportunity to be actual. In the movement of repetition, there is always something that goes into loss in the transition itself, übergehen, that dissolves before it even becomes into its place. However, something is also preserved through this loss, precisely the loss itself, as a kind of unrealization, a misoccurrence. A misoccurrence not only of being, pure being, but also of thinking, pure thinking. Therefore, in repetition, nothing is truly lost. The first dream that was dreamed long time ago still resonates in the last repetition of this dream, although the reality of the repeated dream, as it is now, essentially differs from what it was, say, when the dream was repeated the first time. Of course, we should not buy the vulgar notion of too-lateness, the fantasy of apocalypse that is so appealing. It's too late, the reality has expired, the event of the end of the world that we are projecting in the near future has already happened. What we are living in the present is only its retroactive aftermath. We are doomed. There's nothing to be done. What an immense relief.
All right, Bara, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for this double presentation. All right, so time is pressing us, so I will just ask Sebastian to join us here. Is there? I can stand, so we'll just give you. Or did you want to stand, Sebastian? I'm not sure. In any case, we'll immediately go to questions, and I already see a hand being raised by Giovanna. So let me just arrange. We shall collect the questions. So let's be really, really brief in our. So if we still have to think about how to formulate it briefly, we can defer the question to. Okay.
Yes, thank you for all presentations. I have a specific question to Mr. Rödl. Because on the one hand, of course, it's very close to Hegel's elaborations, but on the other hand, there seems to be also substantial differences. And I wonder why you took this route of differences. And the differences I think of are three, in particular three. The first is you continuously emphasize the, so to say, the paradigm of self-consciousness, whereas Hegel emphasizes after the phenomenology of spirits on the level of the system, the logic and encyclopedia, the paradigm of the idea. And he explicitly denies that philosophy can be conceived of in terms of self-consciousness. So that's one question. So why still go for this whole idea of self-consciousness? And also, if you look then in the encyclopedia End of Subjective Spirit, it's about free spirit, and free spirit is not anymore self-consciousness. So second question, difference, the idea in the beginning seems very interesting, abstract, absolute abstraction. But I wonder, why abstraction? So if you look at the beginning of the logic, how to get there, you get there by, so to say, the decision to think purely, be it via the phenomenology or a private phenomenology. So no abstraction. Then the development from pure being. So then the reason to start with a pure being, no abstraction. The concept of the beginning is, so to say, the argument for starting with being. Where is the abstraction? Then you continue to nothing and becoming. Hegel interprets that as realizing of the concept, which is a concretization. So why do you go for abstraction? Third moment of difference, final moment. Yes.
There's really many questions.
Yes. Yeah, but it's one question, so I want to know the differences. The third question is, if you look at the beginning of the logic, Hegel has an argument to start with being and not with nothing. In fact, they are the same, but still there is an argument to start with being. So he starts with being. If you look at the end of the logic, it turns out that all the time the logic is not about being, not about nothing, but about the absolute idea. So never philosophy, in the conception of Hegel, is thinking nothing. So why go for nothing? Why these three differences?
All right, thank you very much. We'll collect the questions, so just try to keep to one question.
It's not going to work.
Thank you very much for.
Yeah, of course. Just
Thank you very much for the speeches. I have two short questions for Sebastian. The one is very general, and what is the contrary of thinking nothing? In this sense, I think that the contrary is thinking something, but this thinking nothing seems to be thinking being in your progress. The second one has to do with Hegel, and you say that absolute knowledge is thinking nothing. Hegel says in one paragraph of the encyclopedia that the only content of philosophy is the word. The word. So, my question is, the word can be thought as nothing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
So we still have more questions.
Okay, I will try to be, quick. Okay, I can follow you a long way of your lecture, Sebastian. Actually, I think that you, in your lecture, you kind of reproduced a historical situation of the quarrel of nihilism, when Jacobi said against Fichte, tertium non datur, and then Hegel in Glauben und Wissen said something like, aber es gibt das dritte sagt dagegen die Philosophie und es gibt Philosophie eben damit, dass das dritte ist. And in the same text, he proposed directly as an answer to Jacobi, das Erste der Philosophie ist, das absolute Nichts zu erkennen. So, okay, we could agree on that. But then I cannot follow you, I could follow you only with great difficulties at the end, because you said, if they say something, the would-be Hegelians, if they say something, they have nothing to do with Hegel. This is strong. And I would quote in this place Aristotle, who said, being can be said in many ways, but yes, nothing too. Nothing can be said and thought in many ways. And I think there are differences between them. They all mean something. Schelling said the first presupposition of all knowledge is that it is one and the same that knows and is known. And the whole task of philosophy is to give a reality to this presupposition. Well, this is the task of philosophy, from nothing to nothing, in between. The philosophy is the world of in between, and the question would be, what are, because they are different, they make consequences, they make difference. And so the question would be, what are the consequences of thinking nothing? And different ways of thinking nothing, and how to relate to philosophy, to thinking nothing.
All right, thank you very much. One more question.
First of all, thank you for laying bare your thought in front of us so that we could all participate in it. So I have more of a, not a question, but more sort of a proposition. So let's think the fourth form of self-consciousness. I think it's true. Hegel rejects all three of them, take only three stances towards objectivity in Encyclopedia. And it goes something like this. A thought, when thinking itself, releases, entlassen itself into nature and becomes determinate. It is in releasing itself into the nature, thought does not reveal itself as the form of the nature. The act of release is not an act of self-recognition of thought, but reveals its incongruence, non-relation, sort of saying, to nature. In this way, both thought, thinking, and nature are preserved in Hegel in some strange way. Yeah. I find this intriguing. Let's think through it together. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm really sorry to have to do it this way, but I don't think there's any other option. Okay. So, Sebastian.
Yeah, I think there are various resonances also with the presentation by, we heard just now the repetition. I just heard a repetition by Zdorauko. It's just a very hard name for me. Sorry. Just starting with the first question, I had a different aim from expounding Hegel's thought. And this is why I didn't feel myself bound to certain terminological decisions that Hegel takes. Rather, I wanted to, if you already live inside Hegel, then you don't need my talk. I was seeking to open up, as it were, intellectual space to receive Hegel at all, and to point to what makes that reception, or to indicate what makes this reception, I think, awfully difficult. And the difficulty may be hard to, as we recognize. And therefore, my idea was really to go through these three forms of understanding in one fell swoop, the self-comprehension of thought, and therewith the understanding that philosophy seeks. I use self-consciousness not in a way in which it could be contrasted to the idea, nor did I use it in the sense of the idea. I used it in order to bring out what you then called the decision to think purely, that kind of turn. I called it a turn. This may itself be infelicitous, but that kind of rupture, as well, with the ordinary pursuits of life, as well, and the thought, and insofar as it is emerged in life. There's a rupture with that, and I called it thoughts turning to itself. And the peculiarity of this rupture was the one that I thought to bring out this absolute discontinuity. I mean, I call that a self-consciousness, really. And I thought to introduce it then with, I think, not because I think, as I said at one point, it's hard to introduce self-consciousness in the sense in which I wanted to speak of it, because it's everywhere. And then I started with, I think snow is white. Now, why did I do this? Because this is which enabled me to, as it were, make contact, discursive contact, with ways of the manner in which philosophy engages thought through thought itself, ways of understanding that from which I wanted to distance myself. So I'm prior to the distinctions that you very validly draw. That also explains why I spoke of abstraction. I really wanted to, my main point was to distinguish general concept from the universal idea. So I used the word abstraction really because of this Hegel passage. Thoughts embracing itself in its absolute abstraction for the first time, and there's an excitement in this. Why is there excitement? Because it's this thought of its own absolute freedom of thought there, which is enacted, as it were, in this rupture. Yeah? That's why I talked of abstraction was not supposed to contrast with, like be abstract in the sense in which is contrasts with concreteness, but yeah, it was a device to distinguish or to mark the uniqueness, as I called it, of the universal idea, that operation of thought, its distinction from generality. Yeah, thinking this as opposed to that, as we're seeing commonalities, this is the same in that, and so on. I'm very happy with what was said here about the nothing and nothing. I was thinking of repetition there. Actually, I think P and P is for me is a repetition. Yeah, so it's not a difference in content, and it's the opening up. It is kind of inner negativity that opens up the whole. So and this was very helpful to me. And what you said nothing is said in many ways. So there, I mean, this was sort of my point when I said, you know, thinking nothing is not thinking. It's precisely thinking, and I said it is articulate. And why is it articulate? And the form of articulation, I think, is very aptly described as repetition. That's also an abstract description of it, and it itself requires further elaboration. But this is how I see it to connect. When I made this rather provocative, intentionally provocative, and perhaps a bit over the top remark that if someone says something, then we know that they've got nothing to do with Hegel. This was, as well, also pointed more directly at ways in which, and this allows me now to make contact with the idea of too late, ways in which one can hear Hegel related to our times. Yeah. So there are two ways in which thought may be related to our times. One is he's too late, or we are beyond him. He wanted this metaphysical system and a complete closure of encyclopedic knowledge, and this is all bullshit because we know it's not that. And this is the thing I started with. So that's one thing. And the other thing is say, oh God, Hegel, he's got these really super, conceptual means. They're really helpful, to diagnose our times, and we can understand our times by turning to Hegel, and he's going to explain it to us, and they're going to tell us what we should do. I think both. I wanted these will both be ways of thinking, of thoughts turned to itself in a particular way, of it yielding a quite specific result. Namely, on the one hand, as we're a system of metaphysical knowledge, which will not be understandable as, which will just, where the rejection of which, the quietist rejection of which is perfectly sound. This will be the one thing. The other thing, as we're related to, that makes Hegel, as we're diagnostic of our times and the possessor of the means of thought by which we can escape our travails. I had to listen on this on the internet in order to know how it's pronounced. Travail. No, travails. Sorry, this is a cool word. To relieve us of our travails. That idea too is one according to which thoughts turning to itself would yield a quite specific determinate result in a certain way of conceiving as a manner in which to think and to live, and to understand the structure or the order of totality of life and nature. And so this was the specific polemical target, and it was supposed to be conjoined with the recognition that thereby philosophy doesn't fall silent.
All right, thank you very much. We'll have to end it here. I'm terribly sorry to be the death bringer of the debate, especially as you guys did not have very much to say in the Q&A session. We'll just have to try to keep our thoughts in check and try to use those questions in the forthcoming discussion. So before we thank all the speakers, I just want to make the announcement that it's 12 o'clock, which means that it's, technically we should already begin with the next session, but I suppose we will take a 10 minutes break and start precisely at 12:10. And please join me in thanking all the speakers.
Thank you. That was really very.
Yeah.
I like that.
You know
I
what?
like that very much.
Even the last lecture when I was listening to you, I feel it somehow very, very close to mine.
Yes. Yeah.
So, if we will have time, I would like to explain you what I didn't understand. There are just two things that I didn't manage to say.
Yes.
So if we will,
Yes.
it would be nice to indeed maybe to
very
touch
much.
it.
Yeah. I had things I wanted to.
Okay?
Yes. Of the speakers, of the three of us.
lahko to organiziraš po radiju.
Začnemo, ne? Should we start? Še zvok bomo mogli dobiti. Kako nikogar ni, ne?
Ja, gledaj.
To vam pameti.
Čakamo.
Ne, saj deluje. A deluje? Ja. Okay, let's start. It's 15 past 12, so we must start. I welcome you for the second time at the conference Hegel's 250th anniversary, Too Late. And the speakers of this second pair of lectures will be Mladen Dolar, with On Being Too Early or Too Late in Hegel's Philosophy, and Giovanna Miolli, she will join us later, with the contribution The Challenge of Hegel's Metaphilosophy. So let me first introduce both of them and then I'll give them the floor. Mladen Dolar is professor and senior research fellow at the Department of Philosophy, University of Ljubljana. His principal areas of research are psychoanalysis, modern French philosophy, German idealism, and art theory. Apart from 14 books in Slovene, his book publications include most notably A Voice and Nothing More, translated into 8 languages, and opera Second Death with Slavoj Žižek, also translated into several languages. His new book, The Riskiest Moment, is forthcoming with Duke University Press. And, of course, as we all know, he's one of the founders of Ljubljana Lacanian School. And now to Giovanna Miolli, I apologize, Giovanna Miolli. She's a postdoctoral fellow at the Italian Institute for Philosophical Studies and member of the International Research Group on Classical German Philosophy at Padua University. Her main research interests include classical German philosophy, especially Hegel, of course, metaphilosophy, and feminist philosophies. She has published several articles on these topics and is the co-editor with Luca Illetterati of The Relevance of Hegel's Concept of Philosophy, from Classical German Philosophy to Contemporary Metaphilosophy, which is forthcoming in Bloomsbury in 2021. Okay, I invite you to speak now.
Thank you. So the title of my presentation is actually, What's the Time? On being too early or too late in Hegel's philosophy. So our general heading is like, it's too late. It's too late anyway, and if it's too late, let's go home. And I was kind of tempted to stop my presentation here. So why are we still here? Why do we linger on? If it's over, if it's finished, if it's done with, if we missed it, whatever the it was, it's too late. So what are we waiting for? What's left for us to do? Why don't we disperse? Why do we come to a conference to ponder on it being too late and endlessly discuss it? maybe we are not taking seriously the title of our conference, and maybe there is some sort of perverse urge to loiter and embroider on how terrible that it's too late. Or maybe we are giving in into one or the other of the two wrong reactions that can be instigated by this title, namely first, the attitude of mourning, of bemoaning, of lamentation at it being too late, having missed the right time, at the irretrievable loss. And second, the sort of hasty assertion, the proclaimed assurance that no, it's not too late. There's still time. We have to act swiftly. We have to catch the time. We must hurry up to catch up. So either to mournfully do nothing or to make haste. But if these two reactions are mistaken, what would be the more proper response? Are these the only two alternatives? Now, it's too late, but too late in relation to what? How to establish the scale, the measure, the timeline, the schedule, so that one can proclaim it to be too late? Which brings me to the title, the actual title of my talk, which is What's the Time? And I have to mention in passing that in German, which is the language of Hegel, the common expression runs, wie spät ist es? Like, how late is it? So the question already presupposes that it's late. It's only the question of degree, like, how late? And the answer in German quite naturally imposes itself. It's implied in the question, merely extends the question, namely, es ist zu spät. So the moment one asks, it's already late. The neutral expression in German presupposes belatedness. And I wonder if there is any language where one would naturally ask, neutrally ask, how early is it? Wie früh ist das? But quite apart from German, maybe there is something in the very idea of time that makes it endemically late. So that the moment we think of time, or what's the time, we have already structurally missed something. We are already coming too late. Too late to capture the time. Maybe asking the question is the symptom of us not being on time, of missing time. And it's too late. What is the it that we are missing? Before us being too late, it is too late already. We lag behind. It's too lateness. It was the business of philosophy, one of the essential tasks of philosophy since its inception, to ask, what's the time? In the double meaning of was ist Zeit and wie spät ist es? Asking after the essence of time and asking about the particular moment, the placement of the moment we are in the scheme of things. It was its task to establish the schedule by which we are supposed to gauge our lives and according to which we are supposed to think. But now thought establishes its own temporality. Maybe this is what defines thought at the minimum. From the outset, it sets its temporality apart from the common temporality, the supposed natural temporality, if such thing ever existed. So thought is always already not only the thought of time, but also out of time, is unzeitgemäß. It sets up a new schedule, and it's by being placed on this schedule that one can establish one's timeliness or one's out of timeness. But the idea of the time as such being out of joint perhaps pertains to modernity, ultimately can be seen as one of the defining features of modernity. Once the idea of time was established as the proper time of thought, it immediately entailed the idea of coming too late. Coming too late for the great times that have already passed. Maybe this is what philosophy inherited from the mythic legacy, namely the idea that once there were times when there was still time, and things were still in proper places. And since then, things have gone downhill. Time is the corruption of time. Not to make a digression, in her famous essay, What is Authority?, Hannah Arendt starts off by asking, in order to avoid misunderstanding, it might have been wiser to ask in the title, what was and not what is authority? For it is my contention that we are tempted and entitled to raise this question because authority has vanished from the modern world. We can no longer fall back upon authentic and undisputable experiences common to all. Now, apart from linking authority to certain temporality, and there is always a politics of time involved in thinking about time. The way to conceive time is linked to a political script. One will ask the general question whether this was ever different at any point in history, since the outset. Maybe this is what defines the human condition. There is a crisis, there is a downfall, we come too late. The supposition is, there once was a time when things were in the rightful order, vouchsafed by proper authorities. There were firm foundations of the social, authentic and undisputable experiences common to all, as Arendt says. But these times are gone. There has been a decline. There is a loss. There is a crisis. But has it ever been otherwise? Since Plato's times, at least, for what is a republic? What are the laws but an attempt to recuperate the lost origin, the way things were and ought to be? We start with the tales of collapse and demise of some originary authorities in originary presence. We begin with the supposition that there once was a beginning, but we missed it. Now we can only begin after the downfall. We live in a time which is already corrupt. There once was a proper past, but the present is diminished, degraded, reduced, decayed in relation to it. Thus we begin with the degradation, since ever. So it's too late, as if defines the human condition, at least in one of its conspicuous aspects. And I propose three slogan-like short adages. First, there were times when there was time. Second, time is the afterlife of time. And third, we are human, so we come too late. We are never on time. So what follows from there, and one of the things that follows from there, obviously this account is grossly simplifying. What lies closest at hand is a call for a heroic attempt to recapture what was lost, the recuperation, the restoration, the reinstatement of something that went corrupt and we never witnessed in its full presence, having come too late. This is a past that was actually never quite present, except as already lost. And it calls for a future as its vindication, the vindication of the past. So the simple question, what's the time, tends to imply a whole plot, a narrative, from which it's hard to escape, and which held in check so much of the history of philosophy. There is a time plot. Arendt's quote also implies a twist in this plot, a turn instigated by modernity. For her, authority has gone from the modern world, and this is what ultimately defines the modern world, with the supposition that there were times of unalloyed authority, this authentic and indisputable experience is common to all. In short, the times were well. The big other still ruled, the times when the big other still existed and allegedly ruled supreme, not ridden by lack. But if such times never existed, there was nevertheless a break in this non-existence. Time may have always already been doomed to afterlife, but modernity turned this in itself into for itself. The reflected afterlife, the new afterlife of the old afterlife. It's too late may have always accompanied the notion of time, but with modernity it has become reflected, like there is a loss of a loss, or the time is out of joint. So this out of jointness, maybe modernity started precisely with this very apposite phrase. Of course, there is another kind of answer to what's the time, also pertaining to the dawn of the history of philosophy. The answer would be, tentatively, the time is now. And this then giving rise in various ways to what has become known as the notorious metaphysics of presence, or metaphysics tout court, since of presence is what allegedly defines metaphysics. What else can the time be but the imposing immediacy of an unalloyed presence, the privileged now, in relation to which all other temporality is derivative? Metaphysics, on this massive view, is based on a certain take on time, privileging the full presence and authority of thought, taking the time as the succession of nows. And this is what Heidegger would call the vulgar notion of time, with the claim that this kind of notion largely persisted from Aristotle's conception of time in Physics 4, a very famous spot, to Hegel's introduction of time in Encyclopedia, paragraph 258, thus framing metaphysics altogether. And to say nothing of Derrida's complex and labyrinthian ruminations on it in his seminal Ousia and Grammet, and furthermore, Catherine Malabou's lucid comments in her The Future of Hegel. I fear that if I were to follow this path, we would never get out of this maze, where it's very easy to lose any Ariadne's thread. So let me just say that I was always a bit bemused by the ease with which these sweeping claims were raised. Both Aristotle's and Hegel's enigmatic and dense texts on time still leave me rather perplexed or awestruck. They seem to resist a reduction to some neat and generalized pattern. Just as I am, more importantly, bemused by the massive talk of metaphysics. Speaking of time and its afterlife, the belatedness which creates what went before, isn't metaphysics precisely such a notion created retroactively? There once was a time when metaphysics ruled supreme, along with the authority of the big other, the name of the Father, and you name it. But now with modernity, we have happily bid farewell to it and have espoused, well, heterogeneity, multiplicity, proliferation of differences, openness, simulacra, fluxes, virtuality, dissemination, vibrant matter, events, performativity, animality, you name it. As opposed to this view, I would rather propose two contradictory theses. First, there never was any such thing as metaphysics, not in the massive sense that it's usually talked about, the metaphysics of presence, of its vulgar time. And second, no, we haven't done away with it. It persists. There is no way of being happily rid of it. Hence, Hegel, the one who stands on the straddle of these two theses, implying that metaphysics entails a very different kind of message, maybe the best bet for a critique of what is usually labeled as such, and that it persists, not as a heritage to be cherished, but as a task. Now, the two stories about what's the time, the one about coming too late in relation to the great time that is already over, and the other about being on time for the now of pure presence, since time cannot be conceived without this privileged vantage point. These two stories don't really necessarily contradict each other, but can rather mutually support each other, and actually serve the third one. The recuperation of time lost and degraded is to happen in the future, the advent of a proper real presence, the parousia, which would ultimately coincide with eternity. And Hegel himself put it bluntly, I quote, "The true presence is thus the eternity." If we come too late for the proper presence, already gone at the time of our arrival, there is a prospect of it being recuperated, not only retrieved, reclaimed, restored, but produced and constructed so that the loss will turn into a gain. For now, to be fully now, it has to be relegated to the future. It is because we come too late that we have a future of vindication, where the minus will turn into a plus, and the original failure will be doubly rewarded. There can be multiple scenarios for this, religious or secularized theological accounts. But this is the script, the time plot, the paradigm, the time frame. And I can only mention the name of Paul Ricoeur, I will not go there, who has amply written 3 volumes on the relation between time and narrative. Now, all right. Metaphysics, loss, parousia, eternity, and all, that I gave here in a rather cursory outline. Can Hegel be held accountable for such a view? Is there a Hegelian reading of temporality which exceeds this, or displaces this, or escapes it, while seemingly remaining in the same general framework? Now first, the belatedness, the too-lateness, coming too late, the slogan of our meeting. The stark criticism of Hegel regarding too-lateness has an obvious point of origin, the Crown exhibit, the article of indictment, one of the most famous Hegel's quotes, in his entire career, the passage from the preface to the phenomenology of right. I guess many people will be referring to this in the conference, where Hegel states, well, directly, unambiguously, you know it by heart. One more word about teaching what the world ought to be. Philosophy always arrives too late to do any such teaching. So kommt het zu ohnehin die Philosophie immer zu spät. As the thought of the world, philosophy appears only in the period after actuality has been achieved and has completed its formative process, and the owl of Minerva takes its flight only as the dusk begins to fall. And, well, if we take this quote at the face value, we can only say that he had it coming. There can be no doubt that he is adamantly and explicitly maintaining that it's too late for philosophy to do anything much. Well, except for knowing, nur erkennen, he says. It's all it can do, which is perhaps nevertheless quite something. One can, of course, immediately start bemoaning Hegel's conservatism. Everything is already done, finished, completed, fulfilled. And there is, in the whole passage, the Hegel's call for reconciliation, which can be read as a reconciliation with the given, and all that is enough to dismiss him altogether. But maybe one should first stop for a moment to consider the strangeness of this declaration. Is it a declaration of defeat? Or its rather unique nature, or its novelty? Well, to my knowledge, nobody in the history of philosophy ever said anything like this. Okay, I wrote about this briefly before. A quarter of a century later, Karl Marx will famously scribble in his notebook, "Philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it." And the odd thing with this quote is that if one starts looking for philosophers who wanted to merely interpret the world, one will find none. They all wanted to change it in various ways, from Plato's Republic and Aristotle's Politics to the Enlightenment philosophers paving the way for the revolution, and well, to Fichte's Reden an die deutsche Nation at the closest, to Hegel. No philosopher ever entertained the idea of doing something as innocuous as merely interpreting the world, except for one who spelled it out in our letters. And my hunch would be that Marx's adage is not directed against the rule, against all philosophers, but against the exception. It has only one addressee. Everybody thought there was still time. We have to seize the time and change. Only Hegel, seemingly, on the face of it, if we take him literally, which one never can, proclaimed it being too late. And although, well, to be sure, Hegel would never use interpreting or entertain an idea of an innocent interpretation, he says erkennen, which is very different. So instead of bemoaning the arch conservatism of Hegel's too late, one should perhaps, for a change, appreciate its novelty, its audacity, shall I say, its revolutionary character. What cheek to say it's over, it's too late. And my proposal would be to read it not as a closure, but as an opening, or perhaps something that escapes the very alternative, the unsatisfactory binary dilemma of closure and opening, which is a vocabulary so often used in relation to Hegel. Closure is usually taken as the name of his capital sin. So that is the textbook script that the major Hegelian fallacy lies in having presented a self-enclosed, closed totality closing upon itself. And this view is based on the axiom that open is good and closed is bad. And I think this is what one would have to undo. Now, the proposition "it's too late" can have two opposite readings schematically. It can mean everything's fine, it's all for the best, and it seems that this is the direction in which Hegel is heading in his preface, in view of his notorious adage, what is rational is actual and what is actual is rational. The world such as it is, such as it actually is already the embodiment of reason, the actualization of reason. So in order to know it by reason, one has to come to a match. Reason on the part of the knowing subject must find its match in reason already embodied and actualized in the world. Thus, reason inhabits both subjective and objective part, and the two should find reconciliation, Versöhnung, in their overlap. And well, the other reading of It's Too Late, I guess the one which is closer to our sensibility, closer to the bone, the other reading would be, well, everything's fucked up. Or if you want a politer version offered by dictionary, everything's completely broken and in a very bad state. This is what the dictionary offers for the other expression. So messed up or bungled or botched. So it's broken beyond repair, nothing for us to do, it's too late. So which is it to be? Do we have to choose? Or can we? Is there a parallax? Looking at the same state of affairs and seeing two different pictures. Are the two pictures dialectically connected? For Hegel, there is maybe ultimately not a dilemma there, and I quote what I quoted yesterday evening actually, very brief from Hegel. Denn erst das ganz Schlechte hat die unmittelbare Notwendigkeit an sich zu verkehren. For only what is wholly bad, only the worst, is implicitly charged with the immediate necessity of changing, of turning over into its opposite. Only the worst possesses the necessity to turn over. So what is bungled is already bungled all for the best. Now, if there is something that separates us from Hegel 200 years later, then it's our impossibility to quite share this seeming optimism. And this is actually what Slavoj Žižek has called in one of his books, the Hölderlin paradigm, to evoke the other birthday boy. There's the 250th anniversary of Hölderlin's birthday this year, based on the famous Hölderlin line, wo aber Gefahr ist, wächst das Rettende auch. But where the danger is, the saving powers grow as well. Or where the danger is the greatest, the deliverance is the closest. So there is this belief in the redemptive reversal of the worst. Is this a secret belief in a magic at the bottom, by which the worst would be dialectically overturned by its own necessity, by its own inner necessity? Or that the worst predicament is itself already the beginning of a solution? But is this Hölderlin paradigm, this belief that the worst is innerly necessitated to turn over, is it a Hegel paradigm? Or is it a certain, well, maybe misreading of Hegel, the Hegel paradigm to which Hegel himself was not immune? Now, coming too late, structural belatedness, too-lateness, may most conspicuously be pinned to this one celebrated quote, which is notorious to the point of entering into the zeitgeist and popular culture, the Owl of Minerva, etc. But actually, it's all over in Hegel, and, well, mark the pun, the short circuit between space and time in this, it's all over. It's not a handicap to be deplored. In a way, in Hegel's philosophy, one always comes too late, and this is bound up with an illusion. The thing was there, in itself, in its splendor, in its full magnificence, inexhaustible in its richness, in its immediacy, in its unrestrained indeterminacy. But once we come and want to grasp it by thought, we miss it, we lose it, we impoverish it, reduce it, distort it. We are, alas, too late to get hold of its immediate splendor. Now, okay, I will just take the sense certainty, the first chapter of the phenomenology, which is very much to the point here, since it centrally deals with the question of what is now, in its elusiveness and its relation to language, to logos, to the symbolic. When the natural consciousness eventually opens up its mouth for the first time to say something on its own, it is to utter, "Now is night," which oddly happens to be the proper time for philosophy. It comes too late for the daylight, but in good time for philosophy. We are immersed in the wealth and the splendor of the multifaceted, inexhaustible, sensible being, the colorful sensuality and perception, but the moment we try to spell it out, it's gone. The moment we open up our mouth to speak, it's too late. The thing we wanted to capture has escaped. The richest experiences turn into the poorest expression. And it seems that not only philosophy, but language itself comes too late. It misses its target, it's structurally and necessarily so, and this may be at the source of all trouble. Language comes too late to capture the experience in its full presence, but it is this very inadequacy that ultimately constitutes the experience. For the full presence of experience turns out retrospectively to have been a mirage. This inner inadequacy will haunt the natural consciousness throughout the phenomenology, to the last page, for it will always be doomed to saying something else than intended. But this temporal sequence is based on a necessary structural illusion. Actually, what comes after constitutes what seemingly went before. It creates a time, a foretime, a pre-time, that was actually never present, but emerges as a pre-time once it was missed. And to put it in a formula, missing it retroactively creates what was missed. Or maybe a better formula, one more pointed formula, one loses what one never possessed. Yet this loss, this initial minus, is also the condition not for regaining what was lost, but for creating, constructing something that wasn't there before. By coming too late, one creates the right time to come, which wasn't given before. It is the fall which retroactively creates the paradise from which we have fallen and which seemingly preceded it, which is, well, very roughly Hegel's reading of Genesis, a very simplified nutshell. And the same kind of logic is also encapsulated in the title of Slavoj Žižek's book, Absolute Recoil. And here is his bottom line in one sentence. He says, Hegel uses the unique term absoluter Gegenstoß, the absolute recoil, counterpush, counterthrust, counterpunch, a withdrawal that creates what it withdraws from. So the recoil retroactively brings forth what it recoiled from. This is the main argument of his book, hence the title. Thus, in this light, philosophy coming too late, once that actuality is already seemingly accomplished, is not simply the sign of its impotence. This belatedness is endowed with the retroactive power of bringing forth the actuality which was not yet simply there despite its air of completion. It has the power of changing the very condition of an accomplished actuality, which is actual only by virtue of us coming seemingly too late, and thus producing what seemed to be already there and accomplished. One can imagine Hegel, this is a short circuit. One can imagine Hegel saying something like Clove in the beginning of Beckett's Endgame, and I quote, this is the first line of the Endgame. Finished. It's finished. Nearly finished. It must be nearly finished. Okay. So coming too late produces the very conditions in relation to which it came too late. So there is a move there that implies construction and anticipation. In a general way, and I'm very well aware that I'm mixing up different levels, each of them will demand a specific and more proper treatment, I'm trying to disentangle a very general mechanism, which I think is ubiquitous in Hegel. In a general way, this goes for the Hegelian triad, in itself, for itself, in and for itself. For the in itself is never simply fully there. It is created retroactively by its turn into for itself, which is supposed to spell out its truth. It's only the second that constitutes the first. And the third step, in and for itself, is perhaps nothing but the insight into the inadequacy and retroactivity. Or sich anders werden, the excellent Hegelian term, so sort of offhandedly thrown in the preface of Phenomenology, captured this as the minimum. And there is the apt English translation of self-othering, implying that any self, any sich, can only be captured through its turning into other than itself, thus by being seemingly betrayed, but betrayed in the two senses of being mispresented, misrepresented, distorted, falsified in relation to what it's supposed to be, and to be thus also betrayed in the sense of revealed and disclosed. Self is empty without self-othering. It cannot be captured by itself. On its own, it's a mirage retroactively produced by the otherness. Or in other words, the distortion creates the very measure against which it can be deemed distorted. Hence, I'm also skeptical about the formula making it explicit, or the explicitation of the implicit, proposed as a shorthand for the Hegelian enterprise. And you know the famous book by Robert Brandom. And to make it short, well, the implicit, according to this logic, is a retroactive creation of the explicit. It is only there in a backward movement which creates a retroactive illusion that everything was already encapsulated at the outset, lying low. It only had to evolve, make its coming out. It had to unfold. And this is in line with the etymology of explication. Plica is a fold, explicare, to unfold what was folded. So actually the progressive steps moving forward are endowed with the secret power of retrospective production. So that it's only when something lying low comes to light that it is established as having been lying low. Or if one can imagine, there is an unfolding when, strictly speaking, nothing was folded beforehand. The unfolding produces the fold, and the strict progression produces a backward necessity. Just a moment. Okay, I'll leave this out. Maybe Hegel is quite unique in the history of philosophy with his stance that the origin is empty, or the origin is poorest of all, the most dilapidated, impoverished, reduced, meager, shrunk, devoid of qualities. In relation to our initial scenario of always coming too late, missing the wealth of origin, the proper order of things, witnessing the degradation, the time being the corruption of time since ever, which is tacitly implied in the very notion of time. In relation to this, Hegel's coming too late entails a change of perspective, the inversion of value. We do come too late, but it's only by coming too late that the time is created according to which measure we are too late. And our having missed it created it in the first place. Too-lateness and loss, or what was never possessed in the first place, are the positive conditions. In this sense, Hegel is the furthest removed from the standard, and always a bit caricatural, notion of metaphysics where things are at the most precious and the richest at their origin, and have then incurred a subsequent degradation. Or again, to put in a formula, degradation is empowering, and ultimately negation is empowering. And by coming too late, we have literally missed nothing, for the origin is empty. But this is not nothing, having missed nothing. So the flip side of retroaction is anticipation, precipitation. For if one always already comes too late to catch things, to capture being, if there is no explicitation which would inexorably follow from the implicit, no right time to come, if one always starts with the second, not the first, then one can only start by precipitating oneself, by an anticipation, a forward thrust with no proper coverage, without a sufficient reason that would vouch for it, a first step firmly footed in the thing itself. By coming too late, one also comes too early. And this is Hegel's argument in the introduction to phenomenology. On the one hand, against Kant, the one who wants to come on time. And you know numerous anecdotes in Kant's life of always being on time, be it for his walk. And always wanting always to be in time, and thus getting entangled in the preliminaries, in considering the conditions of possibility of the first move, and thus never making the first move. It's still too early for it. So doomed to procrastination. Kant as the one who would at all costs avoid precipitation. And on the other hand, well, Schelling Fichte as well, who attempts to reach the absolute with the first move, precipitating himself into it, like from a pistol, says Hegel, and thus missing it, that is, missing its belatedness. And very schematically, one strangely misses precipitation, the other one belatedness. But the point is not the right measure or the middle ground between the two, to move just in time, but rather the co-belonging of belatedness and precipitation as the wrong temporalities to start, but which can only produce the right time through their wrongness. Time is produced by never being the right time. Thus, one can only start in an inadequate way by striking a wrong note, by being too early or too late, or rather by being too early and too late at the same time. But time is precisely what is not the same. Hence, the problems also of Hegel's prefaces and introductions, which by his own adamant explicit proclamations are not the right way to start philosophy. They shouldn't be rightfully there if what Hegel proclaims about them is to be taken seriously. All the preliminaries which should be dispensed with, the prefaces, the introductions, are improper beginnings, inadequate by their own standards, and their function is ultimately to make unduly anticipations, without proper coverage, unwarranted steps that would hopefully be retroactively recuperated. But can they? So, if there is an emptiness at the point of origin, if the origin is nothing but a split, then this is matched at the other end. That is, at the end, at the final point, not by some final fullness that we are supposed to arrive to in the guise of absolute knowledge. And this is where I briefly rejoined the exposition, the argument made by Sebastian Rödl. The final point is empty. The final point is precisely thinking nothing. The point which is nothing but the reflection of the initial emptiness. Just as the self was nothing without the process of self-othering, so there is no final self that would recuperate all otherness. So the final point relegates everything retroactively to the path leading up to this empty final point. There is no parousia, no epiphany waiting in the end, no revelation, no full presence. The final point is formal and empty in itself, the point of interruption. Everything happened already on the way. While being too late or while precipitating oneself, one was nevertheless on time, which only exists, only insists through its violation, excess over time. Thus Hegel, on the face of it, maintains the traditional script of conceiving time, its framework, the fall, the belatedness, the corruption, the recuperation, the parousia, it's supposedly leading to, but only by giving it an altogether different orientation and alignment. Empty origin, empty endpoint, belatedness and precipitation not as flaws to be remedied, but as constitutive of temporality. The time of the other as constitutive of the self. The time of corruption as the time of production. Finally, negativity as the positive condition. Now, do I have...
I can give you 5 minutes.
You can give me 5 minutes because...
Yeah, now it's 40 minutes over, but I guess we're open for 5 minutes. 10, maybe.
If I have 3 more minutes, I want to throw in the most difficult question there is. I briefly took up the opening chapter of the phenomenology, the sense certainty, as one simple model of belatedness, and hinted at the problem that maybe the model of belatedness is already inscribed in the language itself, coming too late to capture being at large. Further is being, then we come too late to capture it by language. Structurally missing it, or introducing a basic inadequacy. And I want for the end strike another note regarding the notion of negativity. This is actually prompted by Paul Virnow's very interesting essay on negation. And to put it very bluntly, to put it very simply, where does negativity come from? Does it depend on language? Is it induced by language? Or is it inscribed in being in some way which would be which would precede language, should be independent of the linguistic. Now, negation is no doubt a linguistic entity. It has its linguistic markers of no, not, etc., but it doesn't have a signified, a referent, in the sense that it doesn't refer or correspond to anything in the world, as apparently other words do. And nature, well, arguably doesn't involve negation or void as a prelinguistic given or non-given. And this is the old Parmenidean question, the question with which the philosophy started. There is no known being out there. Rather, there should be no non-being out there. Non-being is not real. It's merely induced by language, by its capacity of negation. And the danger is that it would gain a deceptive hold and be taken for something, although it's just a linguistic product and not an entity. We speak of a non-entity as if it was an entity. Hence the peril, the threatening abyss. The speech about absence would induce absence, void. This would be one way of reading Parmenides' warning, or rather the prohibition, not the warning, the prohibition of engaging oneself on the path of non-being. And an ontological abyss opens up there, and which is not unrelated to the backdrop of our topic. So, is there an experience of non-being, of negativity as such, prior to and independent of the symbolic, of the use of language at large, of logos? Or is it exclusively brought about by language, produced by the symbolic, by, under many quotation marks, the linguistic turn? Does language give an expression to something that exists or insists or inexists independently of language? Or does it produce a negative reality, the non-being which has no ontological consistency apart from language? Does the symbolic, seemingly just an addition to the order of things, affect being in itself and diffuse nothingness into it? Is nature in itself without a lack and negativity, so that lack and negativity pertain to the specifically human, to the symbolic? And you know that in the history of reading Hegel, this was the basic claim made by Gurdjieff, and in his tracks by Sartre, and in his tracks, in many ways, by Lacan, by early Lacan. So the lack, the negativity, is what defines the human. It's the anthropological reading of the negativity. But this is not the assumption, I think, made by Hegel. It's a staggering question, and the whole Hegelian enterprise hinges on it. And let me now, quickly say, before we are submerged by this abyss, that both answers, both options are wrong or insufficient. One cannot simply maintain that there is a prior and primordial experience of non-being apart from the symbolic. But neither can one simply maintain that it is brought about by the linguistic turn, as it were. One cannot maintain the illusion either that there was a fullness of being originally there that we missed and only got into trouble with negativity on the basis of language coming too late. What can there be in this intersection, this interface between the sign and the object, between logos and being, between culture and nature? Is there an ontological break or gap that neither quite pertains to objective reality, nor is it quite just symbolically induced? Or is there something in the reality, real, that the symbolic negativity brings to the fore, isolates and concentrates, to use Virnow's wording, so that would not merely isolate and concentrate the pervasive linguistic negativity, but the symbolic negativity would isolate and concentrate negativity pertaining to being itself? Is this break gap that is not simply symbolic and not simply objective, isn't it precisely the indication of, this can't be unexpected, the Lacanian real, what Lacan called real? This is perhaps where the reflection on time, retroactivity, belatedness should ultimately lead us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dolar, for his beautiful lecture, very interesting. Now I invite Giovanna Miolli to speak. The title of her contribution is again, The Challenge of Hegel's Metaphilosophy.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, before I start, I'd like to thank the organizers of this terrific event, this birthday party. And it's an honor, a pleasure to be here. And also it's a pleasure to meet colleagues and friends in person during this peculiar time. So really, thank you. So the challenge of Hegel's metaphilosophy. The nature of philosophy is central to Hegel, while detaching himself from alternative accounts of how philosophy should be understood and conducted. Hegel builds his speculative system on the idea of philosophy, scientificity, and self-determination. It would thus seem obvious that he does develop a metaphilosophy that is a conception of what philosophy is or should be. However, to talk about Hegel's metaphilosophy might sound anachronistic and possibly inappropriate. As it is currently understood, metaphilosophy, a specific research field that has only arisen in the second half of the 20th century, encompasses, on the first glance, a completely different ground when compared to the Hegelian landscape. Against this backdrop, I shall attempt to elucidate in what sense Hegel does unfold a metaphilosophy, while also seeking to provide a preliminary account of the way his position may productively interact with contemporary metaphilosophy. In the first section, I will outline different meanings of the term metaphilosophy as they emerge in the late 60s, and this will allow me to critically discuss in what sense Hegel's thought offers new insights into conceptual strategies. And the second part, I will then focus on three representative responses to the question whether Hegel develops a metaphilosophy. The third part will bring the results of the first two sections together by clarifying whether contemporary metaphilosophical categories are applicable to the late Hegel, and by defining the main structural characteristics of his metaphilosophy. I will suggest that Hegel offers a sui generis metaphilosophical outlook, where the relationship between philosophy and metaphilosophy is one of self-containment. Furthermore, I will indicate some contemporary issues that Hegel's metaphilosophy could help rediscuss, namely the distinction between descriptive and prescriptive metaphilosophy, the methodological question in philosophy, the justification of normative assumptions via their transformation from immediate presuppositions to mediated results, and philosophy's rejection of neutrality and impartiality in favor of a commitment to thinking. So why metaphilosophy? In response to contemporary philosophy's need for scientific legitimation and the construction of an adequate self-image, metaphilosophy as an explicit theorization of the nature of philosophy was introduced in the late 60s. A significant step towards the establishment of this discipline was the launch of the journal Metaphilosophy in 1970. Bynum's idea to create such a journal evolved during the years he attended Richard Rorty's seminar at Princeton. Rorty had presented and tested some of his thoughts that would later converge into the linguistic turn, which was first published in 1967. Bynum remembers, and I quote, being struck by Rorty's ability to explain and compare an impressive diversity of philosophical movements, schools, methods, and trends. The historical, end of quote, the historical conceptual emergence of metaphilosophy takes thus place during a decisive time for philosophy, namely the advent of the linguistic turn. And this situates metaphilosophy within the tension between what had begun to be identified as analytic and continental philosophy. The title of Rorty's introduction in the linguistic turn is particularly telling. The title is Metaphilosophical Difficulties of Linguistic Philosophy. Even if Rorty refers to the context of linguistic philosophy, his analysis singles out some aspects characterizing the metaphilosophical investigation as a whole. Specifically, metaphilosophy focuses on philosophical attitudes and programs that correspond to certain conceptions of the nature of philosophy, and is especially committed to methodological questions. In this regard, two main inquiries can be made out. The first one focuses on the uncovering and questioning of the substantive thesis tacitly presupposed by a certain philosophical position. And the second inquiry is concerned with the examination of the criteria for philosophical success. Both aspects intersect within the question if and how philosophical progress can be made out. The second line of investigation also touches on the issue of agreement among philosophers and specifically regards the problem of finding a method which will produce such an agreement. Additionally, a metaphilosophical approach also raises questions on the matter of the future of philosophy, the relationship between philosophy and other disciplines, and how certain substantive philosophical theses closely interact with a specific metaphilosophical outlook. These inquiries reflect the main topics of the metaphilosophical debate that has developed over the last 50 years. And generally speaking, metaphilosophy is conceived as the investigation of the nature of philosophy. In what follows, I will start exploring the landscape of contemporary metaphilosophy in more detail. Prescriptive and descriptive metaphilosophy. Nicholas Rescher comments that, I quote, metaphilosophy has two dimensions. There is descriptive or historical metaphilosophy, which provides an account of what has been thought regarding the conduct of philosophical inquiry, and there is prescriptive or normative metaphilosophy, which deliberates about what it is to be thought regarding the conduct of philosophizing. End of quote. An interesting reformulation of such distinction can be found in the book Introduction to Metaphilosophy, and here the authors suggest classifying the metaphilosophical issues into three main questions. What is philosophy? How should we do it? And why should we do it? They specify that such questions are I quote, are more interesting if they are interpreted as inviting prescriptive rather than descriptive replies. Indeed, a descriptive answer could resolve the what question conclusively. A careful historical and sociological research, they say, would suffice to reconstruct what past and present philosophers have understood their disciplines to be, or what it has been in their hands. Rescher's statement that purely historical metaphilosophy, unlike normative metaphilosophy, is not afflicted by disagreement and can pursue objective results is in line with this view. By maintaining that the characteristics of philosophy can be solved in a historical descriptive manner, these authors argue that an inquiry into its prescriptive nature yields more meaningful results by asking what philosophy should be. And the very same operation applies to the other two cases, namely the how and the why questions. According to Rescher, prescriptive metaphilosophy is just as philosophy, exposed to disagreement and conflicts among different theories. The distinction between prescriptive and descriptive metaphilosophy should not be taken as definitive. Rescher himself says that the two dimensions cannot be surgically separated, but they differ in matters of priority and emphasis. While descriptive metaphilosophy has a historical orientation, prescriptive metaphilosophy responds to a systematic intent. I think that talking about the impracticability of a surgical separation may fall short of the actual problem, especially if descriptive and prescriptive metaphilosophy are identified with two different kinds of investigations, one afflicted by disagreement and the other one capable of pursuing objective results. My point is that descriptive and prescriptive metaphilosophy, if we still wish to adopt such categories, interact in a osmotic and co-constitutive modality, converging into one and the same inquiry, namely about philosophy's self-understanding. Questioning the validity of the distinction between these two domains allows to ponder if that what should be thought and done can actually entirely disregard what has already been thought and done. And the very history of philosophy could be an essential element of philosophy's present self-image. It could be a fundamental part of the present way philosophy is and of its normative claims. Even a philosopher who denied the previous tradition in order to advance a new conception of philosophy, by this very negation, she will be integrating an implicit understanding of past philosophy, that is, a descriptive metaphilosophy, into her prescriptive metaphilosophy. Not only that, she will be reconstructing and evaluating past philosophy on the basis of certain prescriptive metaphilosophical criteria, suggesting that past philosophers have not pursued philosophy in the right way will contribute to reinforcing and articulating her own conception of how philosophy should be done. On the other hand, just as it seems hard to accept the idea of a purely normative metaphilosophy which completely abstracts from what has been previously thought and done, it seems equally difficult to imagine a purely descriptive and neutral metaphilosophy, void of any normative substantive thesis, to use Rödl's terminology. If such a purely descriptive metaphilosophy were practicable, we should be able to reach a shared and uncontroversial description of past philosophical conceptions with regard to the what, how, and why of metaphilosophical questions. Nevertheless, this is obviously not the case. The relationship between metaphilosophy and philosophy has been seen as controversial. As a first approximation, we can think of metaphilosophy as either an external observer of philosophy or as a participant within the sphere of philosophy, directing the questions toward itself. Should one favor the first option, the need will arise to clarify the nature of the metaphilosophical inquiry, since it is not taken as distinctly philosophical. If the second alternative is endorsed, an explanation of how metaphilosophy is part of philosophy should follow. To decide whether metaphilosophy is external or internal to philosophical activity means to formulate a specific interpretation of the prefix meta placed before philosophy. There are at least three possible readings: meta as beyond or above, meta as about, and meta as after or post. I shall now briefly analyze these options. Metaphilosophy can be beyond or above philosophy as either an investigation distinct from philosophy and thus different from and external to it, or as an investigation that includes but also surpasses philosophy. Here two problems persist. If we understand the terms above and beyond in an exclusive way, so as to conceive metaphilosophy as a theoretical operation different from philosophy, we must clarify what kind of analysis metaphilosophy will consist in and what relationship it entertains with a properly philosophical activity. If instead we construe the two terms in an inclusive way and think of metaphilosophy as a philosophical investigation in itself, but also wider than philosophy, we must explain how it can be understood as something that is and simultaneously is not a philosophical enterprise. Yet metaphilosophy cannot just be seen as beyond or above philosophy, but also as an investigation about and in philosophy. In this case, it is a part of philosophy. As internal to its sphere, metaphilosophy simply is the sort of discourse or one means by philosophy and aims to nudge philosophy in one direction rather than another. Most scholars consider metaphilosophy as a subdiscipline of philosophy itself, and this view is clearly voiced by Timothy Williamson. He prefers speaking of the philosophy or philosophy which is automatically part of philosophy, whereas metaphilosophy, I quote, sounds as though it might try to look down on philosophy from above or beyond. We can expand upon the interpretation of philosophy and metaphilosophy by returning to Rödl's analysis. He sees a close interrelation between the adoption of certain substantive philosophical theses and the adoption of a certain metaphilosophical outlook. His observation highlights two aspects. Firstly, there is a correlation between the development of a particular philosophy as the actual implementation of a philosophical program and a certain metaphilosophical view, that is the conception of what philosophy or doing philosophy is. Secondly, there is a very close link between a certain metaphilosophical conception and the underlying substantive thesis that govern the realization of a specific philosophical program. One might even think that the two things coincide, namely that the former consists of a number of substantive theses that are then developed in or guide the articulation of the latter. If, however, we recall Rorty's indication that the questioning of presuppositions, that is, of the substantive thesis of a certain philosophy, is also part of the metaphilosophical investigation concerned with that philosophy, then it means that the very same investigation should turn towards itself. It should explore the underlying substantive thesis or presupposition it consists of. It is precisely these aspects that makes it difficult to separate the metaphilosophical investigation from the mere philosophical one. As I will argue, this is evident in Hegel's case, but it also concerns contemporary debates. As we have seen, the problem is to identify the level at which the metaphilosophical reflection is placed. Is it part of philosophy or is it external to it? Assuming externality greatly complicates the question, as it involves an infinite regress. If a certain metaphilosophy coincides with, or in any case is strictly related to some substantive thesis that articulate a philosophical program, and if such a metaphilosophy is to be taken as external to the philosophy it investigates, all the while elaborating on the substantive thesis presiding over said philosophy, that we would need another inquiry external to the metaphilosophy in question as a meta-metaphilosophy. Only then could we discuss the substantive thesis with which that first metaphilosophy coincides from another perspective. And even if we expand the inquiry and consider the metaphilosophical research in general, we will not see any difference. If the purpose of such an externally situated research is the discussion of the assumption and underlying thesis of particular philosophies, but it itself consists of underlying thesis, then we will need a perspective external to the metaphilosophy that analyzes this. Hence, this general metaphilosophical investigation will in turn have underlying presumptions and so on. Regress would only be avoided if we could conduct a metaphilosophical reflection free from any presuppositions. That is, we should hypothesize a kind of pure description, an objective account of the basic substantive thesis of philosophy. However, this leads back to the problem of a purely descriptive metaphilosophy. Is this a different kind of investigation, maybe historical or sociological, and would not these inquiries still be based on substantive thesis? The problem of infinite regress may be solved if one regards the metaphilosophical analysis as an internal activity of philosophy and includes among its activities the discussion of its own assumptions. This approach is particularly implemented in Hegel's speculation. Finally, the construal of the prefix meta as after or post holds that philosophy has come to an end and that metaphilosophy denotes the theoretical activities after philosophy's demise. I'll go to the Hegelian part. The word metaphilosophy does not belong to Hegel's vocabulary, and this does not necessarily imply that he has not elaborated the metaphilosophy, but it does require that we at least delineate what we mean by this term with reference to him. To this end, we need to understand how contemporary categorizations interact with his thinking. As the previous section has shown, the definition of metaphilosophy is not univocal. It can be normative, historical, internal, or external to philosophy. How do these meanings relate to Hegelian metaphilosophy? Here I will consider three interpretative proposals that exemplify some of the most relevant problems related to the attempt of finding a metaphilosophy in Hegel. The first position reads as follows: metaphilosophy is an extraneous program to the Hegelian project. In his article Hegel on Metaphilosophy and the Philosophic Spectator, Bertolt Bonn argues that Hegel is a radical critic of metaphilosophy. On the author's view, the term has a very precise meaning. It indicates a preliminary examination of the capacity and nature of knowledge. It further advances the idea that knowledge is an instrument requiring a careful examination of its characteristics and of the appropriateness of its use before it can be used. Metaphilosophy thus assumes the role of propedeutics towards philosophy, something that, according to the author, Hegel denied to be possible. In other words, there can be no investigation outside of philosophy that scrutinizes what philosophy is. The only possible exploration of philosophy is in its own application. I basically agree with this author on this point, and his conclusions result in limiting the scope. Should one want to maintain the possibility of Hegelian metaphilosophy, the latter should not be understood as propedeutic to philosophy, nor as an inquiry beyond or before philosophy. On the contrary, Hegel's metaphilosophy will need to be philosophical itself. It will have to fit the philosophy of philosophy definition. This leads inevitably to further question. Is Hegel's metaphilosophy an autonomous subpart of his philosophy? Or should we rather favor the idea that Hegel's philosophy and metaphilosophy are coextensive? It will follow that each part of the development of the former is equally a piece of the latter. I will return to this issue later. The second position depicts Hegel's metaphilosophy as primarily concerned with philosophy's self-understanding and the relationship between philosophy and its history. In Hegel's Metaphilosophy and Historical Metamorphosis, Robert Bruce Ware puts forth two main theses. The first one, it is misleading to think that for Hegel philosophy is only possible as an act of retrospective understanding, just as it is wrong to claim that Hegel believes his own system has reached the final stage of the history of philosophy. As for the first point, Ware argues that philosophy plays a crucial role for Hegel not only by allowing us to better appreciate the intricacies of an epoch, but by understanding we are also given a way to overcome it and lay the ground for a subsequent form of spirit. As for the second argument, Ware claims that Hegel does not see his system as the culmination of philosophy's history. Rather, Hegel believes philosophy has reached the point of self-knowledge, as the understanding and knowledge of the method according to which the process will continue. In Hegel's system, philosophy becomes self-consciousness of its historical development and its advancement according to the necessary self-determination of logical thought. There are three main implications Ware's analysis has to offer. At a general level, Hegel's metaphilosophy has to do with philosophy's self-development and self-knowledge. More precisely, metaphilosophy can be understood as philosophy's self-consciousness. In fact, philosophy aims at comprehending itself. Philosophy's self-comprehension can only be realized through self-development through time, and because philosophy achieves self-consciousness through its historical development. And thirdly, a central achievement in the process of philosophy's self-consciousness is the awareness of its method. The logical and historical unfolding of the method includes its own self-understanding as a decisive threshold. The method must come to know itself. The issue of the method also concerns contemporary metaphilosophy. In both contexts, it is crucial for the very understanding of the nature of philosophy. Hegel maintains that there can not be philosophical reflection on method external to the system, and therefore to the unfolding of the method itself. Such a reflection must rather take place within the system in order to be justified. And the third position, the difficulties accompanied by an internal or external justification leads directly to the third set of problems of finding a metaphilosophy in Hegel. In his book, Hegels Phänomenologie als metaphilosophische Theorie, Brennan Tarnison aims to show that the phenomenology of spirit is a metaphilosophical theory whose function is to provide an external justification for the system. This is related to the specific problem a metaphilosophical theory is called upon to solve, namely the multiplicity of philosophical doctrines. I don't have the time here to outline the main arguments of Tarnissen's interpretative proposal in detail. I will just emphasize his principal thesis. According to him, for Hegel, the phenomenology has the function of elaborating an autonomous demonstration, a justification of his theory of what is true and real in the last instance. And the theory of what is true and real is for Hegel his own system. The argumentative function of the phenomenology is autonomous and different from that of the system, and in particular the phenomenology has a specific external demonstrative function. I'll skip this part. What time do you have?
You have all 15 minutes.
15, oh, okay, good.
But I've been told that at 1:50 we have to skip this room, so there will probably be no debate.
I cut.
Or if you hurry, then there will be debate.
Yeah, sure, okay.
You can choose. Okay.
Okay, so my claim is that for Hegel, the philosophical system has in itself the means to rediscuss its assumptions without having to resort to an external point of view or an external justification as a metaphilosophical theory. In the Hegelian model, the refutation of positions that are overcome and at the same time preserved is an essential aspect of the way philosophy justifies itself as a scientific system. To develop and unfold this peculiarity in Hegel's system, I will pick up some of the aspects previously discussed, namely the connection between a metaphilosophical theory and the history of philosophy, and thoughts, self-determination, self-development, and the link between metaphilosophy, philosophy's process towards self-knowledge, and the question of method. So I come to the last part. If there is one text that lays out Hegel's position on the main topics discussed in contemporary metaphilosophy, as it were a ready-to-use guide, it probably would be the introduction to the Encyclopedia, 1830 edition. There we can find a distillate of Hegel's view on various themes: the nature of philosophy, its object, its method, its tools, and its characterizing activity, its mission and its aims, its relationship to other disciplines, its internal partition, its progress and results. It also gives insights to Hegel's position on the autonomy and objectivity of philosophy. So it may seem that the introductory paragraph of the Encyclopedia allows a first glimpse of Hegel's metaphilosophy. However, from a Hegelian perspective, there is nothing philosophical or metaphilosophical about them. They are neither philosophical because they are not justified through the scientific exposition, nor are they metaphilosophical, since it only makes sense to seek a metaphilosophy in Hegel if it is philosophical itself, if it is integrated into philosophy. The very first paragraph of the Encyclopedia questions the idea that the introduction Hegel is offering is already philosophical. Philosophy can neither presuppose the object, the truth as the development of the idea, nor the method, the self-movement of truth, of its investigation. Both must be demonstrated within the scientific exposition of philosophy itself, that is within the system. It is precisely this particular relation to presuppositions, somewhat inconvenient yet connected to freedom, that defines the autonomy and objectivity of philosophy. The philosophical activity, I quote from Hegel, includes the requirement to demonstrate the necessity of its content and to prove not only its being, but even more so, the determination of its objects. Hegel continues to make or accept presuppositions or assurances regarding those aspects appears illegitimate. Such observations are extremely relevant to the attempt of tracing a metaphilosophy in Hegel as internal to philosophy's reflection on itself. The introduction to the Encyclopedia alone cannot exhaust Hegel's metaphilosophy precisely because it does not fulfill one of his main criteria, according to which one can speak of philosophy as a science. That is, the demonstration and justification of the necessity of the content determinations within the scientific exposition. Therefore, we must look for Hegel's metaphilosophy within the development of his philosophy, as a reflection that philosophy conducts on itself. This means that the points declared in the introduction, which mirror the theoretical agenda of contemporary metaphilosophy, must be justified within the system. My claim is that in Hegel's system, philosophy and metaphilosophy are coextensive. Hegel aims to demonstrate his conception of philosophy within the development of philosophy as a system. Philosophy and metaphilosophy are therefore coextensive in the sense that the whole self-justification provided by the Hegelian philosophical system is also justification of Hegel's metaphilosophy. As we have seen, Hegel's understanding of philosophy's progression includes two decisive aspects. Each stage in which philosophy determines itself needs to be, one, justified within this process, so that it can be, two, seen as an advancement in self-knowledge. Both aspects involve the demonstration of the assumptions contained in the content determination of the idea and the overcoming of the one-sidedness of each determination. This exposition provides the proof of the necessity to pass to the next determination. With regard to this momentum, Hegel affirms that progression in philosophy will be rather a retrogression and a grounding. This progression, that is rather a retrogression and a grounding, defines on a general level the way in which presuppositions are sublated, including the presupposed beginning. This means that what appears to be an immediate one must transform itself into a result within the science itself. In relation to the metaphilosophical problem of the unveiling and discussion of presupposition, one can then say that the development of Hegel's philosophical system already includes these aspects, thus excluding the use of an external point of view. To say that in Hegel's system, philosophy and metaphilosophy are coextensive does not fully illuminate the nature of their relationship. My suggestion is to understand it as a relationship of self-containment. For this, I shall reintroduce an aspect highlighted by Ware. Hegel's metaphilosophy concerns the self-understanding of philosophy as the comprehension of its own method. The notion of self-containment derives from a paradox discovered by both Russell and Zermelo, whereby some classes contain themselves as members. By applying this insight on the relation between philosophy and metaphilosophy, one can view Hegel's philosophy as the one in which the whole, that is philosophy, has also itself as a part. This understanding is supported by Hegel's idea that philosophy's aim is that of self-knowledge. In contemporary terms, we could translate philosophy's self-knowledge as the philosophy of philosophy, or philosophical reflection of philosophy. For all that has already been said, the philosophical reflection on philosophy is an essential element of Hegel's conception of its development as a system. In its unfolding, philosophy as a systematic whole thematizes itself, becomes object to itself. In other words, it makes itself part of its own self-development. This particularly emerges in the doctrine of the concept of the science of logic, and in the corresponding section of the encyclopedia, as well and in the encyclopedic section on absolute spirit. The philosophical reflection as a whole becomes part of itself by thematizing itself, by making itself the object of its own reflective activity. This self-reflection involves the articulation of the metaphilosophical and, as argued, equally philosophical contents mentioned in the introductory paragraph of the encyclopedia. Okay, skip this part, and I come to the conclusion. One last characteristic that can be described in regard to Hegel's metaphilosophy, namely the relationship between philosophy and its own history. And this issue is relevant to what has been said about the osmotic co-constitutive relationship between prescriptive and descriptive metaphilosophy. Hegel's own approach serves as a perfect case. His prescriptive metaphilosophy, that is his view of what philosophy should be and how and why it should be done, also implies a historical philosophical interpretation of what philosophy has been thought to be and of how and why it has to be done. It has been done. This is evident, for instance, in the lectures on the history of philosophy, where Hegel recognizes a coincidence between the historical development of the philosophical thought and thus the vast production of different philosophical positions that may also contradict one another, and the purely logical development of the determination of thought. Hegel's reading of the history of philosophy, his descriptive metaphilosophy using Rescher's expression, is inseparable from his prescriptive metaphilosophy, that is, from his conception of what philosophy should be. His reconstruction of the history of philosophy is organized around specific normative assumptions, whereby the philosophical system itself is tasked to justify and demonstrate this assumption. Examples of such assumptions are the concreteness of thought, the conception of philosophy as thought's development from simple and abstract determination to more concrete ones, and determinative negation as intrinsic to the movement of reason's self-determination. What is relevant here is that Hegel's system does not omit its own normative assumption, the substantive thesis, we might say, but makes them explicit and shows how they are integrated within the system. On the one hand, Hegel tries to justify this assumption within the philosophical system, exhibiting how they work and develop. On the other hand, he proceeds to reconstructing the way in which they inform the historical evolution of thought. For these reasons, Hegel's approach does not fall into the pit of infinite regress when seeking an ultimate foundation of metaphilosophical assumptions. Instead, it provides an example of how historical philosophical instances are integrated into a prescriptive metaphilosophical theory, whereas justification itself is obtained immanently. We can now summarize the conclusion. First of all, what currently is understood as a metaphilosophical investigation is for Hegel a necessary part of philosophy and cannot be propedeutic or introductory inquiry. At the same time, metaphilosophy cannot justify philosophy externally, as philosophy is tasked to provide its own self-justification by overcoming its presuppositions. Secondly, for trivial historical chronological reasons, Hegel does not offer an explicit metaphilosophy in the sense that it has established itself as a specific field of investigation since the second half of the 20th century. However, if we consider the topics metaphilosophy is concerned with, it becomes clear that Hegel has elaborated his position in regard to those topics and has tried to justify his view within the development of his system. Thirdly, in Hegel's speculation, philosophy and metaphilosophy can be understood in terms of a relationship of self-containment, within which the whole has also itself as a part. Philosophy's dialectical process is equally a process of self-knowledge that encompasses and thematizes this very self-knowledge in its own development. In Hegel's terms, this means that philosophy's progression is also the exposition of its own concept. Thereby, a connection between the metaphilosophical inquiry and the question of method, a central theme also for contemporary metaphilosophy, can be made. For Hegel, the method defines the immanent movement of the whole scientific development and is explicitly thematized at the end of the logic. Here, it is the philosophical thought itself that theorizes the way it works, that is, it explains the necessary movement of conceptual thought and therefore of philosophy itself. On Hegel's account, the method is justified and demonstrated within the scientific exposition, so there is no need for further justification criteria external to philosophy, to judge assumption internal to philosophy. Finally, while it is already difficult in today's context to make a clear distinction between prescriptive and descriptive metaphilosophy, such distinction is all the less applicable to Hegel because of its normative conception of the history of philosophy. Rather, the Hegelian model shows how a historical philosophical interpretation is constitutive of a prescriptive metaphilosophical vision and vice versa. As can be seen, contemporary metaphilosophical categories do not find a perfect application in Hegel. On the contrary, they are put into question. In this regard, we can formulate some hypotheses about the way Hegel's thought could profit the current debate. There are at least two incisive aspects, which I merely will point out. The first aspect consists in recognizing that unveiling and discussing assumptions, as well as retrieving and justifying normative criteria, are activities characterizing philosophy and internal to it. This implies excluding the possibility of metaphilosophy external to philosophy, which evaluates philosophy on the grounds of a non-philosophical investigation and also regards philosophy being methodologically independent, though not detached from other disciplines. The second aspect is Hegel's interpretation of the relationship between philosophy and the history of philosophy. As argued above, it could help question the relationship between a purely descriptive metaphilosophy and a purely prescriptive metaphilosophy. A metaphilosophy that is only descriptive and external to philosophy not only gives rise to the problems I have highlighted before, but also represents from a Hegelian perspective an anti-philosophical inquiry. As Hegel puts it, a feature, I quote, "a feature of the philosophical mode of treatment is that we likewise reflect upon what we have thought and do not leave it as it immediately is. That means it is one of philosophic characteristics to address what has been thought and in doing that, to modify it. Thinking primarily is a transformational activity that elevates what is given or found from its condition of givenness and immediacy. Moreover, a pure description claiming to be impartial is for Hegel a dead matter devoid of spirit. I quote from Hegel, "What one calls impartiality is the stance that approaches philosophy in spiritless fashion, that is not present to it with one's spirit. Impartiality consists then in neutrality with respect to thoughts, to concepts, to thinking spirit. But if one actually wants to study philosophy, one must have taken the side of thinking spirit and thought. So, why should a contemporary meta-philosopher turn to Hegel? There are various reasons. For one thing, he offers a model of normative meta-philosophy that does not disregard the historical development of thought, or, which is the same, a model of historical meta-philosophy that does not disregard a normative conception of thought. Moreover, Hegel's meta-philosophical model integrates in the exposition of philosophy, which is also a meta-philosophical exposition, the justification of normative assumptions, transforming them from presuppositions to mediated results. And at the same time, this model has no claim to impartiality, since it takes a position with respect to thought, but has the ambition of not being arbitrary, because it vindicates and tries to demonstrate the necessity of the method and the contents in which meta or philosophy develops. Altogether, these elements may converge into a positive construction of philosophy's self-image, while providing us with robust tools to defend the autonomy and rational legitimacy of philosophical activity. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, I express my thank you to Giovanna Miolli for her presentation, which opened entirely new perspective on Hegel, which are completely unknown to me. Now, I've been told that at the latest at 1:50 we have to leave this room, so we have 4 minutes for discussion. There will be no discussions. Okay.
We thought that we will be thrown out at 4, but this is, I checked and it's okay, so you can take 15 minutes.
So we can have a discussion. Okay, we move then to your questions. Are there any questions? No? And the microphone would be... and now I take questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. This is a question for Giovanna. I wonder whether I'm not sure about Hegel, but whether the conclusion couldn't be stronger. You said that the self-comprehension of philosophy is a necessary part of philosophy, and I wonder whether it couldn't be the whole. There is here I want to make this more concrete by comparing two treatments of negation. A negation is a prime topic, one might think, of philosophy. So here's a book of Irad Kimi, Thinking and Being, an excellent book, I think. It's on negation. And this book itself uses all the time on every page the word not. And it's completely obvious that the theory of negation, or the account of negation that the book gives, will not apply to any of its own uses of not. But that never comes up. And one might think, okay, so it's incomplete. So it should turn to its own use of not too. I mean, it speaks about Helen is beautiful, Helen is not beautiful, but it doesn't speak of its own discourse. And then there's Plato's Sophistes, and I mean, people have read it as being about negation, but it's clearly everywhere on every page and every line, it's on philosophy. So there's, if you read the Sophistes, I think it becomes clear that the clarification of negation and the clarification of philosophy is the same, right? So I wonder whether this is just the question whether it could be even a further remove from what people call metaphilosophy. Could be that there's actually no philosophical activity which could be, within which one could distinguish, on the one hand, its concern with whatever it is that it is concerned with, say negation, and the self-clarification of its own activity, whether that couldn't be a further way of understanding philosophy's concern with itself.
Yes, this works. So you have to press something. You hear me? Yeah. I'm sorry. There is a serious acoustic problem. I somehow I caught every second word or so. So I had to fill in the gaps, the negations, whatever the lacks. Yes. Yes, of course, I agree with your general thrust of where you're going. I mean, the question of negation being absolutely fundamental and central, unavoidable in philosophy, that the moment we speak about philosophy, we have to speak about negation. And that to think properly, okay, you posited the question of absolute knowledge as being the knowledge of nothing, but this is the model of thought. This is a model, this is where perhaps the thought begins. To think is to think what is not. And historically, there's a very strong moment in Plato's Sophists where he speaks about the killing the father Parmenides. Killing the father Parmenides precisely in regard to the alternative that was posited in Parmenides, that being is and cannot not be, and non-being must not be. It's not, it's nothing. We have to be rid of this, which is, of course, already in Parmenides is profoundly symptomatic, because one has why does he say this? What is the presupposition of saying this? It's like we must make haste before the non-being gets us. Non-being is nothing, but somehow there is a threatening whatever abyss which threatens to engulf us with. This is why we must affirm being, but the very affirmation of being is somehow premised on the negativity being the ambient presupposition of what one says, or the ambient danger, which one doesn't quite see where it's coming from. And this is the strangeness already of the first assertion of being in Parmenides. And yes, and then the strong moment I briefly mentioned on killing the father Parmenides in Plato's Sophist, which Plato himself admitting that we have to, yes, basically think about things that are not, and the things that are not in some way are, and the things that are in some way are not, which is the quote that Hegel was very, very fond of. You mentioned Irat Kimi's book. How should I put it? I didn't read it in the end because I have known Irat for 20 years before he published it, and he endlessly postponed the publication. It's too early. It's not yet. It's not yet. And we endlessly discussed this project, and everybody was completely convinced that this will never come to a completion. So there is a strange trajectory behind this project. And I don't know why, when it came out, I didn't have my reaction was not, no, finally, let's see what he's saying. But maybe that, as Hegel says, the way to truth is truth itself, that the way was so interesting and bound with discussions with Irat, that I still didn't touch the final product of this. Okay, I said this much.
I had some problems in hearing you. Was your question if self-knowledge is really determining for philosophy? No.
I'm a question very briefly. I understood you to be saying that the self-comprehension of philosophy was a necessary part of philosophy.
Yes.
And I was wondering whether it couldn't be the whole.
If it is at all.
The whole of it, as opposed to part. No, I don't know.
A whole.
No, sorry. Part and whole, right? This is the opposition you work with. Like, and you said I don't know, is
and not the whole.
Is this acoustic? Right.
Yeah, okay. Now,
so I was wondering whether it couldn't be the whole.
Okay. Well, I think in Hegel, it is also the whole and not just a part, because the culmination of philosophy is when it reaches knowledge of itself, that is of its way of proceeding, of its method. And so whole in a Hegelian sense, not that it is in every part of it, but every part of philosophy is part of the process to the realization of this self-knowledge. I would say that.
Well, thank you both. Can you hear me? Yeah. I have a quick question for Mladen. It's rather a question of understanding, I guess. You pointed out there is something like an originary delay, right? Delay that even precedes time in some way. So as if in the beginning there was a delay. And then I thought you ended by raising a question how to speak of it, right? How to capture it. From which side can one tackle it? Because if there is a pre-temporal delay, a delay that precedes even the advent of time, if I understand correctly, it is difficult to grasp this thing in any direct manner. Right? And I was wondering, would Hegel's answer not somehow be absolute form? So the absolute form is what captures this kind of strange...
Absolute form.
Form, yeah. This is what captures this kind of strange, preceding delay. Yeah, sorry.
The absolute form, like,
Form.
Fallen.
F-O-R-M, if I understood it. F-O-R-M. Form. Not fall, but form. Form.
Yeah, but yeah, from here, it's really difficult.
Form.
F-O-R-M.
Yes, is the absolute form, F-O-R-M, the Hegelian answer to this. No, I strangely understood the absolute form, which would also... Maybe there's a coincidence between form and fall, which would pave the way towards an answer. Maybe the form is already a fall, as it were. the fall of the absolute into the form. Sorry that I mean, Hegel also thought by puns. I mean, puns are quite essential for Hegel. So maybe a pun is a good answer.
Yes, thank you. For a while there, I thought Frank was saying absolute foam. You're like the end of phenomenology. the foaming, the F-O-A-M that occurs at the end of the phenomenology, absolute foam. But that's not my question. Foam, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
foam, there's more.
You know, the final lines of the phenomenology. But that's not my question. It's more perhaps of a remark, but maybe there's something more profound there. In connection with Giovanna's talk, it's... I mean, I fully agree with the idea that there is no separation between philosophy and metaphilosophy. In Hegel, it's this relation of containment, as you said. But I mean, is that, I would say that would apply to most philosophers that actually do something interesting. I mean, if you look at Kant, the invention of the transcendental, the Husserl in Wittgenstein, early and late, wouldn't the same thing apply to all of them? I mean, if you ask Wittgenstein, who wrote Philosophical Investigations, is there a difference between your conception of philosophy and what you're doing? No, absolutely not. If you ask Husserl...
So you mean there is a coincidence?
Yeah, I would think that the coincidence or this self-containment of these two sides is what characterizes philosophical inventiveness or inventions. Whereas perhaps you would say that philosophy becomes, in a kind of Kuhnian bland sense, normal science. You can do this distinction, meta and philosophy. But as soon as something happens in philosophy, this distinction just evaporates.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
So it's not only Hegel, it's in Descartes, Jesus, and Plato is there. So I worry, I mean, when Rotary, it was a long time since I read that small text in the preface to the linguistic turn. I don't know why he uses the term metaphilosophy. You could call it history of ideas. I mean, he's presenting a history of ideas account of 20th century philosophy, a couple of decades. But I'm not sure that it's really metaphilosophy that the term really is really warranted. It's a historical account.
Yeah, really, I totally agree with you. And in fact, the word metaphil and the discipline, metaphilosophy, has emerged just recently. And so before they didn't feel the need to distinguish between these two levels because philosophy's own reflection on itself was automatically, so to say, part of philosophy. This is why I think that the really interesting question is why has metaphilosophy emerged? Why did they feel that the need to explicitly give a name to this philosophical activity? And I don't have a perfect and a definitive answer, but I think that there was something happening in that time, at the time of the linguistic turn, in which, on the one part, philosophy needs a sort of scientific legitimation when compared with the other sciences. So philosophy has to demonstrate that it has a rigorous method and he could achieve agreement and formulate criteria for philosophical success and so on. And on the other hand, we have the linguistic turn and so the emergence of philosophical movements that try to give this rigor and this internal coherence and this scientificity to the philosophical method. This is my partial answer right now.
Yes, Mrs. Miolli, I wanted to continue the answer you gave to Mr. Rödl. I wondered.
Cannot hear you,
yes, I wanted to continue this discussion you had with Mr. Rödl about completion of philosophy. So I wondered if one could say that if you look at the structure of Hegel's system, the Encyclopedia, the last section is called philosophy.
Yes.
And the Encyclopedia, the complete title, at least the main title, is Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences. So the whole system is only about philosophy, from the beginning to its end. So therefore, I think also at a certain moment, it turns out that the only object is the absolute idea. And there, of course, Hegel talks about the method. But that's a determination of the absolute idea and not of philosophy. At the end of the system, it turns out that philosophy is exactly that spiritual activity in which the absolute idea knows itself in time and space. So therefore, indeed, you could say, as your answer too, yeah, it's not only the whole, it's the part. We could say it's every part. The only problem of philosophy, described from the perspective of philosophy, is its own determinacy. There is only one problem for philosophy, what it is. Therefore, the whole encyclopedia is only about philosophical sciences. So that would, so to say, I would say, strengthen your position, if I understand you correctly.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Giovanna Miolli, for your speech and for this idea of metaphilosophy. I like this idea very much. What I did not really understand is what is the difference between the question of methodology and metaphilosophy? Is
different
there
between methodology and
methodology and metaphilosophy?
Okay.
It seems to me that in the heart of your idea is this difference of Geist and Buchstaben, spirit and letters, because the most important thing is to learn to think and to think in a right way and to do this activity. And if you treat Hegel's philosophy of nature, there are many things that are due to his time and that are overcome, and so it is important to learn to think nature and to transport this kind of thinking to modern questions. Would you agree? Could you agree to this? And I have one more question to Mladen Dolar. Thank you for this very interesting speech. If philosophy is always too late, and this is in a somewhat way true, why do we make philosophy? I'm not sure whether you gave an answer to this question because of acoustic problems, but I want to ask you, why do we make philosophy furthermore? And I think it is there is an answer that is comparable to this, what I said just to Giovanna Miolli. I think philosophy is always the study of a work, but it's always a paradigm to learn to think. And then we can pick up and take this kind of thinking. We are always too late. It's true, because our societies seem not want to learn from philosophy. And so we have all these problems that we have today. But we have to give way to philosophy and to learn with Hegel to treat our the problems of today.
Okay, I'll start. Well, the difference between metaphilosophy and methodology, in contemporary terms, metaphilosophy is a name for the general reflection of philosophy on itself, and philosophy can, of course, reflect on its methodology. So reflection of philosophical methodology is part of the metaphilosophical reflection. And so they are really connected to one another. And the part about Hegel's philosophy of nature, I couldn't really hear it.
Okay. My suggestion was that if we learn to think nature with Hegel and with his work of the 18th, 19th century, so there are many things due to history. They're old-fashioned, you can say. His but we can learn with his kind of thinking to solve our problem of today.
Yes, yes.
And
I agree.
This,
And Professor Rödl will talk about
this I think is one point that makes metaphilosophy so much of interest. Gives
Yeah, I
it
think
so much of interest. Yes.
Yeah, I think that metaphilosophy provides some conceptual tools to rethink some static categories we have today.
Yes, this I thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is only time for one short question.
And I have.
An answer for
Sorry.
Yes, Professor has to answer.
I apologize. Yes.
Shall I say something?
Yes.
Just very briefly.
Okay.
Well, my argument was not simply the philosophy comes too late, so nothing doing. My argument was rather that philosophy coming too late is deeply ingrained in Hegel's thought. Everything comes too late, but this is not a minus. This is not a deficiency. It's actually the very driving force. I mean, one comes too late, but doesn't mean that one is powerless. It means that one can retroactively produce the very thing in relation to which one came too late. And thus, there is always a politics of time in Hegel. There's always a politics of time. Belatedness is constitutive of what went before. And this is a very general argument about how Hegel's mechanism basically works. But of course, what you said, I mean, in the same preface, basically says, Hegel says that philosophy is its own time, grasped in thought, and it can only be late in relation to its own time, which is a very specific kind of lateness, and the absolute knowledge that ends Hegelian phenomenology is the way it's produced. It's an absolutely historically produced notion, which means the absolute knowledge doesn't mean let us disentangle ourselves from time. But it means that only from the singularity of this particular historical moment is there the absolute for us. So there is a sort of short circuit in this.
Okay, thank you. Just one short question, and then we're over. Yeah.
Thank you very much for Mladen Dolar. I wanted to ask if the notion of eternity in Hegel.
Notion of what?
Eternity.
Eternity, yeah.
Has to do with these always too late being. If there is a connection between the eternity as the space of a pure philosophy and the to be too late of every philosophy. So the connection between too late and eternity in Hegel. And for Giovanna, I wanted to say something about, I think you are a little bit too charitable with the metaphilosophical literature. And if I have correctly understood, you told that what Hegel says about self-knowledge, that philosophy is self-knowledge, is a sort of philosophy of philosophy. But when the contemporary literature speaks about philosophy of philosophy, they think that philosophy is a discipline like chemistry or biology or so. And so to say philosophy of philosophy seems to say that philosophy is a particular discipline. And self-knowledge for Hegel means that philosophy is not a discipline. It's not a discipline because it is self-knowledge. Okay.
All right, the time is late. Always the biggest questions are asked when the time is already late. There's some structural necessity to this. It's always too late to ask the question or specifically to answer it. No, I would just say the connection between belatedness, the too-lateness, and eternity. Actually, I would just refer to what I said to the previous question, that the notion of eternity as disentangling oneself from time and its too-lateness, its lagging behind. I think it's a wrong kind of notion. In Hegel, the same thing goes as for the absolute knowledge. It's only from the singularity, from a certain singularity, inscription in the historical time, that eternity opens up. I mean, eternity in this sense, and this is, well, an anti-Hegelian Kierkegaard will say this, the eternity is produced in this moment, which is sort of oxymoron, but you see what I mean. I think Kierkegaard was one of Hegel's best pupils.
I'll just say thank you, Luca, for your comment. I'll take it up completely.
Okay, now I again express my thanks to Giovanna Miolli and Mladen Dolar, and we will see each other on our next panel. That's it.
Just some technical announcement, please hear them. So we'll have now a 10-minute break. All the speakers and moderators are welcome to take a coffee at the cafe, which will be paid by the organizers, and there will be also some croissants and fruit served. Otherwise, after this session, there will be some salty snacks, canapés served, and some instructions for the evening event. Please, this is happening at the Indigo Festival at the open-air venue. Please have your name tags with you. The participants and the speakers have the name tags, and be 10 minutes early in order to get your space. This is all. Thank you.
session. And our speakers are Frank Ruda and Gregor. The titles are just above you. It's a cliche that someone does not need an introduction, but I'll do it anyway. So Frank Ruda is frequently here in Ljubljana. He is now a senior lecturer in philosophy at the University of Dundee, Scotland. And among his books, I would mention just two on Hegel. Hegel's Rebel, an investigation into Hegel's philosophy of right, which was translated into Slovene and published in English language in 2011. And The Dash, The Other Side of Absolute Knowing, which was published 2 years ago. So there are just two books on Hegel, and there are many others. Two books were also translated in Slovene. And Frank, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. First of all, I really enjoy being able to say thank you, Aufhebung. I always enjoy that. And thank you, everyone, for making this possible and for bringing me here. Okay, I start with two quotations. The first one is from Adorno, the second one from Hegel. Adorno: in him, connection is not a matter of unbroken transition, Übergang, but a matter of sudden change, Umschlag. And the process takes place not through the moments approaching one another, but through rupture. And now the quote from Hegel: the later spirit, der spätere, ältere Geist, is that it knows what the earlier was. First part, some like it too late. How to know when it is too late? It seems it can hardly get any more trivial than this. Just look at the clock, obviously. Check the appointment, check the time, and there you go. If you're too late, this means, as the English expression goes, you're not on time. But what if it were not so easy to find the right clock? With this procedure, we can easily determine objective belatedness within the framework of objective time. But this method does not necessarily give us the means to determine all sorts of delay. What if some things happen within the framework of objective history that then, and only belatedly, can be registered and thought through elsewhere? What if this means there could be a kind of structural belatedness even with regard to objective time? How to measure this kind of lag? Does such delay necessitate a universal chronometer, an absolute kind of knowing that would also be able to bridge the gaps of time? May this be what absolute knowing was always all about, knowing when it really is too late? For this, at least, must be absolutely true. The famous Hegelian account of at least philosophy's belatedness can, as everyone knows, be found in the Vorrede or Vorwort. Hegel uses both terms in the discourse that precedes the beginning of the proper philosophical discourse. If the Vorrede is structurally placed before the book it prefaces, what is said about philosophy in it must be said somewhat too early or pre-philosophically. Hegel begins to close the very preface of the philosophy of right by stating, I quote, "But it is time to close this preface, forward. After all, as preface, its only business has been to make some external and subjective remarks about the standpoint of the book it introduces." Unquote. It seems, because this is what Hegel states right after he uses the famous Owl of Minerva image, as soon as one records that philosophy always comes too late, it is immediately time to close that which precedes philosophy. When one states that philosophy always comes too late, it seems the right time to begin with philosophy. If philosophy comes too late, it seems its very own belatedness can only be addressed from the side, from the outside, or too early. There seems to be a strange version almost of the Cretan's lyre paradox here. If philosophy always comes too late, it seems to come too late to say that it comes too late, and hence there is no philosophical way to say anything about philosophy's belatedness from the standpoint of philosophy. Philosophy is too late, structurally so late, that it could never admit to this on time. It is constitutively Nachwort, epilogue, unavoidably postscript. After the preface, it is the obituary, nach der Vorrede, der Nachruf. Philosophy is not the language of the young and living, but of the old, and of the almost dead, or of the dead that still have something to say to us, die nach uns rufen, that are calling out to us, calling us. Philosophy as Nachruf is not silent, but it speaks the language of what is at the end of its life, of the life grown old, a language of the end, a language of the old man, as you all know Hegel was called, right, early on already. Maybe the language of the cripple. It is not simply reminiscing about how great it was. Philosophy is not the cigarette after, but the word, the calling after the act. Nachwort or Nachruf. It may therefore be no surprise that at least the German language uses the term Nachrede, which is the symmetrical equivalent of the Vorrede, only as libel, slander, as üble Nachrede, as defaming speech. But this is less a slandering of the preceding historical discourse, act or deed, after whose then philosophy begins its flight. It might be linked to the very practice of philosophy itself. It is üble Nachrede auf den Nachruf, slander about philosophy always coming too late. And there's another way in which in German you can use the term nachreden if you repeat something, right? So children constantly complain. A child that I know quite well constantly complains when ich ihm nachrede, when I'm repeating. It is like the less funny version of the famous joke cited by Lacan about my fiancée who's never late, because the moment she's late, she's no longer my fiancée. Philosophy is always too late, because the moment it is not too late, it would no longer be philosophy, but journalism, politics, or something else. Already the early Marx derived from this a desire for philosophy to arrive on time. Timing is thus the defining criteria of philosophy itself. All of this is obviously complicated by the need for philosophy to miss the right appointment and not the wrong one. This must mean that in coming too late, even though this does really not sound like it, there is always a wager involved. A wager that decides that now the time is right to come too late. Now the time is right to punctuate the world with an intervention because a shape of spirit has grown old. Since sometimes shapes of spirit might look younger and fresher than they are, and some old shapes might drag on forever. The wager of philosophy that it's the right time for it to arrive too late, this may amount thus to a complex way of creative waiting. Second part, biographies of the afterlife. Ernst Bloch compared philosophy's operation to that of a detective, something not foreign to Freudian psychoanalysis, since the latter also always comes after the crime. In this image, it is the crime, even if, and maybe especially, if there is no corpse, that brings the detective onto the scene. It may be unclear what the crime is. Some may, to refer to Brecht, just call it the founding of a bank. Philosophy, because of its belatedness, has certainly always been a rather disastrous crime preventer. But this should not lead anyone to believe it to be the ultimate criminal in the lines of Popper and the like. Adorno famously begins his negative dialectics with an at first sight comparable claim. The only reason why there still is philosophy is because it came so late it even missed, quote Adorno, the moment to be realized. After missing something it really should have attended, it began leading a strange afterlife, a Nachleben. Now it has to come to terms for Adorno with the guilt that missing its own realization created, which means it must ruthlessly criticize itself, that's Adorno. Philosophy's only task for Adorno is to offer a critical account of its own failure to realize itself, whereby philosophy stops being philosophy and becomes actually critical theory. Philosophy comes too late, whereby it holds its own funeral, of which it is then the sole survivor, that now has to mourn that never did what it never could. This is, in a sense, a definition of critical theory, or what Cioran called original mourning. But this is not Hegel's position. Neither is philosophy a criminal doing the deed, nor is it the supposed hero that turns out to be a crippling disappointment. As you know, he claims that philosophy, I quote, in any case, always arrives on the scene too late to give it. It here means instructions as to what the world ought to be, das Belehren, wie die Welt sein soll. For Hegel, philosophy does not arrive early enough to offer prescription of how the world ought to be or what to do, but nonetheless, it has to draw a line of demarcation, namely between what seems to be and what truly is, and therefore it has to come up with what is not, obviously. This does not mean, as Heidegger would have it, that it aims to conceive of the truth of being, and even though Dasein also always comes too late, this is Heidegger in Being and Time, but that its task is to think being from the perspective of truth or the absolute, whose time is that of the delay, hence absolute knowing. If philosophy seeks to give instructions, solve problems, this expresses a problematic understanding of the relation between philosophy and actuality, Wirklichkeit. Philosophy shall aim at the, that's now Hegel, comprehension, erfassen, of the present and the actual. But when it tells people what to do, it takes the present to be, Hegel again, something vacuous, ein eitles, and looks beyond it with the eyes of superior wisdom, unquote. When philosophy does not comprehend the present actual, it begins too early and cannot but help to set up and aim at a, what Hegel calls, beyond supposed to exist, unquote. This is the timing issue. There is right forms of too late, and there are clearly problematic ways of coming too early. If you're telling people what to do, this cannot but mean from Hegel's perspective that you think you are there too early. The moment philosophy arrives on the scene too early, the proper time of its proposals are placed in an eternal future, always to come. Instruction giving falls prey to what Hegel calls the vanity of superior wisdom, die Eitelkeit der Besserwisserei. When it arrives too early but believes it already has it all knowledge it needs, this is Hegel's critique, it will claim things for which it will never be late enough to realize them. So this is precisely the problem that Adorno analyzed. Like a conversation in which philosophy is the only one talking. To grasp, Hegel again, the eternal which is present, it must discriminate between what is and what is not, is in or is not in truth. Against philosophy's turning into an advanced and therefore empty wisdom chatter, Hegel insists then that in Adorno's words, I quote Adorno, things themselves speak in a philosophy that focuses its energies on proving that it is itself one of them. One with them, sorry. Philosophy thus needs to come too late to avoid voiding its own discourse in advance, to know it all when nothing is happening, to promise what will never be fulfilled. And already the early Hegel attacks so-called popular or pseudo-philosophy as constantly making empty promises. Let's say, a kind of problematic way of speaking to the world that in some sense is linked to the name of Kant already. So Kant promised a revolution that he never really carried out. That's Hegel, not me. Okay. Philosophy, when it starts to give instruction and converts, belehren und bekehren, it turns into a problematic form of dogmatism. Strangely, it does the same when it simply prioritizes the present that is there and does not aim at what's eternal in the present. And as Hegel criticized Kant for turning an Enlightenment project into a renewed justification of unjustified dogmatic beliefs. This is why, according to one transcript of the lectures on the philosophy of right, Hegel states that there is nothing verkehrter, nothing is more wrong, but also nothing is more inverted, upside down, topsy-turvy, perverse, than, now Hegel, to expect from a philosophical writing that it constructs the state how it ought to be. It can only show how the state, the ethical universe, should be understood. This is still Hegel, unquote. Philosophy is an indication of a mode of understanding, of erkennen, of cognition, of the objective realm. But to do so, philosophy needs its proper distance, a distance from the state, well, of things at least. But if one needs this kind of distance, which is not easily and objectively granted, philosophy can easily fail to be philosophy all the time, in some sense. It can be right to say when things are turning old, but it might be wrong. And the different ways are the different ways of how to philosophize. So there's Eckhart Förster, who's, I think, in Baltimore. He wrote a book. It's called the 25 Years of Philosophy, because Kant basically claimed before Kant there was no philosophy, right? And Hegel claimed he ended it. But Hegel shares, in some sense, Kant's sentiment. There was no philosophy, and even Kant, who tried to commence with philosophy properly, failed to do so, right? According to Kant's own standards. Okay, revolutionizing. If starting to paint the gray in gray is always a wager, it might always happen that philosophy started painting its picture too early or too colorful. This generates timing issues. If philosophy provides a grasp, eine Fassung of time, of its time in the form of thought, as the famous adage goes, the wager is that coming too late means that its time ended, so the time it is thinking, right? That it is the time of the end. And there is a strange temporal structural similarity between philosophy, in this sense, and what Hegel describes as the temporality of the revolution. There is, as Rebecca Comey once remarked, no right time or right time for revolution, or there would be no need of one. She was there not talking about philosophy, but the revolution, I quote her again, always arrives too soon, conditions are never ready, and too late, it lags forever behind its own initiative. Comey reads Hegel's phenomenology of spirit, the latter half, as depicting all possible ways and inventive mechanisms in which one can attempt to avoid the revolution. For Hegel, who never gave up on his previous commitment to the French Revolution, despite his harsh critique of the Jacobin terror, it may be no surprise that philosophy itself seems to inherit the untimely temporality which seems specific to revolutions, always at risk of arriving too early, never knowing in advance when precisely it's too late, but knowing that it cannot tell the actuality what it ought to be. This, again, is no surprise, as Hegel already early on identified Kant's critique of pure reason, I quote, as revolution in the system of ideas, but insisted, as his then friends Schelling and Fichte, that it needs a continuation, a radicalization, a Fortgang. And later he will say, Geist ist Fortgang. So, right, this is what Geist is, what spirit is. Hegel's philosophy is conditioned by the revolution. This is what I'm arguing. But what does that mean? As Jean-Claude Miller claimed, I quote, in classic French, each mutation in human affairs could be called a revolution, if it is about medicine, politics, literature, or each other field of activity, unquote. The planetary orbit, that, think Polybius, stand for stability, but the revolution we're talking about here is one that radically breaks with nature, so it must be a different one. Michael Teunissen insisted that Hegel, in the field of religion, identified Christianity as revolutionary. Which, and that's kind of important because religion stands in the middle of absolute spirit, right? All this was supposed to become an argument about absolute spirit, but I'm not getting there, so sorry. Anyhow, okay. Hegel stated, for example, that, I quote, there has never been more revolutionary language than in the Gospels, unquote. Christianity provides not only a form of revolution in the sphere of religion, but a template, Teunissen argues, that structures all kinds of spirit. And even as such, and even philosophy as such is, as you will all know, worship, Gottesdienst, as Erkenntnis in der Gemeinde, as cognition in congregation. Teunissen writes, I quote, Hegel understands Christianity as the pervasive center, Mittelpunkt, and in no way as an isolated point of passage. From the center, Christianity radiates into the beginning and the end of the whole development, unquote. Christianity is revolution in the form of religion. This is what Teunissen argues, and this is why he speaks of a political, theological substratum of Hegel in some sense. It is revolutionary for Teunissen and very close to what Slavoj Žižek has been arguing and has pointed out repeatedly, as it is for Hegel the religion of the dissolution of religion, the religion of the end of religion, in some sense atheistic religion, as it were, where God starts doubting its own existence, and which he therefore also calls Hegel the great turning point. So I want to suggest Hegel thinks from the perspective of the revolution. But this does not mean that Hegel seeks to account for a revolution in our ways of thinking, as Kant did. This does not mean that thinking is constantly thinking about revolution, but that it has to revolutionize what we mean by thinking, and this is a way of thinking. This is the only way of thinking. And this might imply revolutionizing what we think when we think thinking nothing but itself. This means that this is not merely a political revolution over-determining everything. This is not what I'm suggesting. And also not that a political religious substratum and everything is saturated with it. But it must be true to Hegel's own claim, notably that a revolution necessitates even a transformation of religion itself. This is to say that if revolution can at all become a way of thinking, it must be a subjective, objective, formal, content-wise, step-by-step, if you wish, procession, a fortgang. That is to say, now I'm explicating myself, all categories, all concepts in Hegel must be conceived of from the trans or afformative point of view of the revolution, with that kind of constitutive delay, right? I mean, this is what I'm trying to argue. And I think in the logic this becomes quite clear when Hegel elaborates the concept of something and of the other and of otherings as that which remain identical in the other, right? I mean, there is constant revolution going on in the other and nothing changes, right? So it's a very problematic form of conceiving of that. And here it should be clear that we're speaking of a revolution as way of thinking, right? That's my distinction. That even precedes time, is pre-phenomenal and pre-temporal when we're talking about the logic. But as any revolution, it creates a new world, a world of its own, with its own laws and so forth. Hegel thinks from such perspective, from that of the genesis, in some sense, of novelty, and all the resistances it means. Which precisely therefore must always and constitutively be minimally too late, as the novelty is never new unless it produces consequences. So in some sense, in the very act of the constitution of reality, there is a necessary delay inscribed. There is always, an event is always its own delay. Right? The identification of an event is always the delay of the event itself. So I'm suggesting that Hegel's perspective is that of the immanence of truth or the immanence of the revolution. This implies unavoidably, too, that even counter-revolution or resistance to revolution is part of thinking. Kant, for example, is no accident in some sense, and I'm going to return to this. To make the point that Hegel conceives of everything from the perspective of the revolution, just recall that Hegel claimed that the, I quote, whole transition from the older to the newer times turned around this revolution, the revolution in the world. Unquote. A revolution so unnatural, so denatural that nothing comparable was seen, quote again, as long as the sun was set and the planets were circulating. So, revolution, right? Second revolution. I want to draw your attention here to a therefore astounding passage in Hegel that concerns, and I'm not really sure if that totally ruins my argument or not, but we will see, to an astounding passage in Hegel that concerns the status of the French Revolution, in which he himself indicates that it's strangely enough too early for philosophy to say anything about it, but that it poses a problem for later generations to come. I will then briefly turn to what I want to call the German debate about Hegel and the French Revolution, and return to two almost classic texts, namely Joachim Ritter and Jürgen Habermas, surprising for some, I guess, and demonstrate in what way they present very unsatisfying solutions to how to understand philosophy's status or philosophy's conditioning, being conditioned by the revolution. So they offer two accounts, but they're both unsatisfying. Almost at the end of the philosophy of history, and thus by implication at the end of history, one finds one of the few passages in which Hegel actually talks about the future. The passage is located in Hegel's discussion of the French Revolution and the crucial problem it's brought forth, namely that it put into practice and operated in accordance with such a purified form of freedom, of such a formal and therefore abstract freedom, that it, quote Hegel, allows no political organization to be firmly established, unquote. The French Revolution, or more precisely the concept of freedom that was put to practice and brought to the fore by the French Revolution, confronts the thinker and the world with a problem. This problem is the problem of organization. In what forms can one make concrete and thus organize that which is conceptually abstract, namely the freedom from all content? How to organize the equality of the free, and for Hegel this means all human beings, that by definition cannot simply exclude anyone in advance from participation in such a way that sustains the equal liberty, to use Balibar's term, of all its members. The revolution has undone any assumption of natural inequality by ultimately also undoing any universal givenness of natural properties, except by practically demonstrating the common trait that everyone can be killed and is hence mortal. It is like Hegel describes it as if what the French Revolution created was a very determinate black hole, right? a very concrete nothing that appeared in France, a series of nothings, actually. The French Revolution posed a problem that directly pertains to the actuality of the concept of freedom, and this problem is, in a sense, the actuality, the persistent actuality of the French Revolution. How to organize freedom collectively, trivially put. That the French Revolution persists as problem is the reason as to why, in Hegel's words, I quote, "There is agitation and unrest, they're perpetuated. This collision, this problem, is that with which history is now occupied." So, for the one announcing that philosophy always arrives too late, this is quite an astounding claim. History is now, in the present moment, occupied with the problem that is the French Revolution. Hegel gets even more prognostic, and he claims that it is this problem, I quote again, whose solution history, has to work out in the future. The problem that is the French Revolution is what, in Hegel's view, is what modern history after the French Revolution inherited from it. Post-revolutionary history is under the spell of the revolution unless it solved the problem that is the revolution. This is the verdict of philosophy trying to come too late, but acknowledging that the only thing yet to see is a problem unresolved. And this problem will remain a problem even for philosophy, not only for political philosophy, but for philosophy in general, as long as it claims to think and conceive of freedom. Hegel's is a philosophy which stands under the condition of the French Revolution, and it may be seen, so part of the problem is, it may be seen as an instance of what Walter Benjamin called destructive character, and its, let's say, creative potential, strangely. The problem it presents is in part that, I quote Benjamin, "The destructive character knows only one watchword, make room, räumen in German, and only one activity, clearing away. His need for fresh air and open space is stronger than any hatred. For destroying rejuvenates because it clears away the traces of its own age." So it's attempting to do the impossible, right?
It's Benjamin?
That's Benjamin, yeah. To rejuvenate the world, right? I mean, this is what the destructive character tries to do. The destructive character tries to rejuvenate when it's too late. Hegel's name for the destructive character is fanaticism, as you all know, which, I quote, "recognizes in all Dasein a limitation, eine Schranke, and wants to destroy it, to be free." And whose belief is, I quote again Hegel, "only the greatness of destruction measures the greatness of freedom." Like you see the destructive character now. Hegel's philosophy stands under the condition of the revolution, thinks through it as medium and lens of thinking. And this means, and I'm going to return to this, that it's not only the nice part of the revolution, right? Philosophy, in some sense, is terror in thought, right? And there is a certain way in which Hegel even problematizes this very idea. Hegel notes at one point that not to fall back to the position of common sense, one must see more than just the problematic negativity in the destructive character manifesting itself in the French Revolution. Otherwise, that's Hegel, one just sees in speculation and speculative thought only its nullifying activity, vernichten is the word that he uses, and even its nullification is not visible in its entire scope. So if one only sees something, let's say badly, problematically negative in the French Revolution, that it just destroyed stuff, right? One does not even have the proper concept of negativity that is worked with and brought forth by the French Revolution. Okay. The problem that is the revolution is how to think the revolution, and this is a problem of how to organize thought of what is a problem. This is what I have been arguing. This problem is thus one of the modes of the practice of freedom, of the way in which we practice freedom, a problem of its Vollzugsweise, its performative, or more adequately with Hamacher, a formative mode. How to organize the formative mode of concrete universality and singular and singularly, cannot pronounce it, collective freedom. The problem is how to stabilize the revolution. It is the problem of the day after. How to stabilize it without betraying what made the revolution in both senses of the term, as in what made it possible and what it aimed for. To put this differently, the problem that is the French Revolution and that for Hegel the future has the task to solve is not how to conceive of a revolution or a way of thinking, because we can certainly think differently if something revolutionary happens, or some new stuff is invented or whatever. The problem is how to conceive of the revolution as a way of thinking, to identify thought in it, A, and to adopt it, make it sustainable as mode of practicing thinking. It is thus not thinking something new, but a new way of thinking the old, even, such that we stabilize the idea of revolutionizing the way of thinking in the act of thinking. Is that okay? I think I'm good. The relation between Hegel and the revolution has been commented on endlessly. There are many affirmative, negative, or critical accounts of this relation. One systematically interesting one, especially here for my purpose, is the account by the rather liberal conservative German philosopher Joachim Ritter, who, as everyone, I think, of that time, who then had a university job, had quite a weird Nazi past, but yeah. Ritter argued that the reason of the revolution that the reason of the revolution is for Hegel identical to reason as such. But he claims that what makes Hegel unique is what, I quote, is encountered in him altogether for the first time in the history of philosophy. It is that he equates traditional metaphysical theory directly as such with knowledge of the age and the present, unquote. What this means for Ritter is that Hegel is rigorously modern, because his philosophy has to become inherently, Ritter believes, theory of time, of its own time grasped in thought. And Ritter believes this is something that happens for the first time with Hegel in this radicality. Thereby, so historical time, I'm saying, right? Not natural time. Thereby, it cannot but raise the question of what constitutes its own present, and this is especially pressing when traditional answers of how to conceive of one's own time, romantic or naturalistic ones, become problematic. Ritter writes, for Hegel, the French Revolution is that event around which all the determination of philosophy in relation to its time are clustered, with philosophy marking out the problem through attacks on and defenses of the revolution. Conversely, there is no other philosophy that is a philosophy of revolution to such a degree and so profoundly in its innermost drive as that of Hegel. So all determination, right, that philosophy comes up with to think its own time must be filtered through the revolution. That is the strong claim that this is almost the material, the medium of thought of Hegel. Hegel is the philosopher of the revolution, and he's the philosopher of the revolution as something that he did not see as finished project, but as something ongoing, as problem, as that which persists as problem. It is what constitutes modern time and what must be thought, in Ritter's account, to be a true contemporary. Yet this means, as it is ongoing as problem, a problem that is constitutive of history, as its solution will amount to an historical event. This is Ritter. Ritter speaks about the revolution in this sense as a Zeitwende, a temporal turning point, and Hegel, as you know, describes it as the knot where history stands, der Knoten, an dem Geschichte steht, an dem die Geschichte steht. And speaks of it also in terms of a Ruck, a yoke that spirit has done. This knot, in English, is even better than in German, obviously. This not yet solved, not yet unraveled knot is what makes history, what history has to shoulder. And has there ever been anyone who did more work with knots than Hegel? So for Hegel, this future has to cut the knot, so to speak, to solve the problem imminent to the political organization of singular collective freedom, and that therefore becomes claimed as universal right. Even in its problematic form, as Ritter argues, it must be systematically, and this is what he sees Hegel repeatedly doing, defended against all restorative tendencies. So it's an event in the emphatic sense of the term, already because it seems impossible to regress behind what it achieved, even in failing. For Ritter, Hegel suggests that the medium in which the problem that is the revolution is dealt with is ultimately that, and this is surprising, or can be surprising, is that of civil society. Civil society as concept can certainly be read as a kind of answer to the question how to realize a necessarily singular freedom in an also necessarily collective form and interaction. The problem is only that civil society doesn't solve that problem. Right? Civil society is not the adequate organizational form in which singular collective freedom is realized. This is why the problem of inequality and structural violence keeps resurging. And in part, this is because civil society, as capitalism, does never solve problems. It simply invents new forms of how to delay dealing with them. Or to put this differently, civil society is inherently contradictory. These contradictions appear in the antagonism of the rich and poor and their respective rebel types, and even the state does not really appear to be able to resolve these kinds of contradictions it is confronted with, which is why at the end of the philosophy of right, you may know that, and Eduard Ganz, one of Hegel's pupils, celebrated this, all states dissolve, in his words, are dissolved in the ocean of history. For Ritter, therefore, civil society, so Ritter sees that, is not able to do the job that Hegel assigns to it, but he believes this is the job civil society is supposed to do, right? So he thinks, Hegel thinks that this is where the solution can be found. This is a symptom that the problem that the revolution posed was not solved by history and therefore could not be solved by Hegel, coming too late, even though Ritter believes he attempts to do this with his theory of the state. So Hegel's greatness consists for Ritter in having transformed philosophy into a theory of its own time, as this is what the revolution brought to the fore, a new relation to time, and its constitution, and this is how Hegel's thought is conditioned by the revolution. The constitution of a new present, the present of the revolution, forces philosophy to think the constitution of time as constitutive part of time itself. So to the concept of time is a part of that is the constitution of time, and this is what the French Revolution stands for. Now, Ritter's account that Hegel's philosophy is philosophy of the revolution throughout is slightly oblivious of the grandiosity of its own claim, since it only detects and traces Hegel's account of singular collective freedom in the domain of objective spirit. So it doesn't, I mean, he basically says all categories are saturated in French Revolution, and then he basically only talks about objective spirit, which is surprising, to say the least. So to put this differently, Ritter claims that Hegel's thinking is conditioned by the revolution, yet he only traces in what way the problem that the revolution posed is dealt with, let's say, politically. That the problem remains a problem. That the problem remains a problem he can't diagnose. But Ritter does not account for what kind of result being conditioned by the revolution is generated for the sphere of absolute spirit, and thereby he does surprisingly not account for what it means for philosophy to be conditioned by a historical political event. Right? So he doesn't explain what he claimed. In Ritter's account, it remains unclear how objective spirit and absolute spirit are supposed to be mediated at all, or linked together, what conditioning, in the terminology I use, could mean at all. But if this remains unclear, it remains unclear what is supposed to say that Hegel is a philosophy conditioned by and thus a philosophy of the revolution, right? So the claim is there, but it's totally unclear what it means. Jürgen Habermas has taken up Ritter's reading of Hegel, and he modified what Ritter articulated as a praise into a structural critique. The critique is that the form in which Hegel is part of the Restoration is the form in which he endorses the French Revolution. It is an example of what Adorno with Freud called identification with the enemy, if you wish. Habermas states Hegel celebrates the revolution because he fears it. And Hegel's philosophy of revolution is his philosophy as its critique. Habermas' point is that Hegel clearly argues that the French Revolution is a world historical event in which abstract right is claimed in its universality for the first time. But, as also his praise of Napoleon for Habermas indicates, he argues that ultimately this was only part of the evolution for Hegel of the concept of right, whereby what for Ritter appears to be a new account of temporality and history, in short, of philosophy's conditioning by material, non-philosophical forms of practice, is for Habermas read against the horizon of a stable historical model of transformation. So that is Habermas' claim. Something remains stable. The concept of time. That's the point, right? One more. Yeah, okay. Sorry. So, Hegel endorses, this is Habermas' point, the revolution as a part of a historical evolution in which the former is ultimately nothing but a cog in a grand historical machine. Hegel thereby supplates the revolution and becomes, in its very endorsement, a defender of a higher order. Philosophy overcomes its own historical conditioning by what happens outside of it, precisely by identifying in it nothing but a sign of a grand scheme. Philosophy is ultimately, in this sense, not conditioned by historical events in Hegel, but ultimately, for Habermas, a gigantic form of belehren, of reading conceptual science. I think this is Habermas' charge against Hegel. And you see, it's quite evil, right? I mean, Hegel's ingenuity is thus that in his very endorsement of history, he sublated historicity. In his very endorsement of the revolution, he's a conceptual defender of restoration. And this is how Habermas reads Hegel's philosophy of state. Habermas' reading, that is problematic for a number of reasons, is also interesting because he emphasizes that Hegel's very account of temporality and of practice must somehow be thought from the perspective of the historical event, even though Habermas attempts to argue that Hegel does do this by ultimately dehistoricizing history itself. So Habermas basically says there must be a kind of registration on the level of absolute spirit of the French Revolution. And this is what kind of determines Hegel's conception of history and time. Rebecca Comey formulated another option of how to conceive, that 2 minutes, I promise, of how to conceive of philosophy's conditioning by the revolution. She emphasized the peculiar fact, disregarded by both Ritter and Habermas, that what follows in the phenomenology of spirit, to Hegel dissecting absolute freedom and terror, is a complex reflection on morality, and this is ultimately on Kant. She explains this systematically by indicating that Kant is what people in Germany got instead of the revolution. This means for her that Kant's revolution of the way of thinking is a way of philosophy being conditioned by revolution, but it is precisely, as Habermas attempts to criticize Hegel for, a way of warding off the revolution by endorsing it. Hegel indicates in what sense Kantian morality is actually the terror of the French Revolution internalized, a moral law that does not stop demanding more and more the more we fulfill it. But for Comey, this means that the second part of the phenomenology is actually philosophy already thinking through the lens of revolution. Right? This is to say that even the revolution not happening must be thought from the perspective of the revolution. Right? So it is a peculiar fact that nothing happened, right? Like in the crime novels, right? It's a peculiar fact that the dog didn't bark, right? I mean, this is something like the revolution didn't happen. What interests me in this is that thereby she clearly indicates what it means that philosophy and the phenomenology, as at least for some time was planned as introduction to the system, that philosophy thinks in the mode through the eyes of the revolution. That is to say that it thinks even the great revolution in philosophy that was Kant from philosophies being conditioned by. Right? So it gives an account of Kant from this historical perspective. This means that what is and also what is not is an effect of what happened. This opens the door to assuming that what happens in the transition out of the phenomenology into the logic is actually depicting a depiction, in one way or the other, of a revolutionary act of creation. Revolutionary in the sense of massively historically, namely the creation of history and finite minds, as Hegel says about what we get in the logic. Hegel in this way presents us with the immanence of the revolution after depicting what it means to work through all our defenses and how even the revolution in our ways of thinking, Kant, ultimately proved to be a defense mechanism against it. Even a revolution in thought can serve as protective shield to history proper. But philosophy can also, this is what I take the logic to do, enable an immanent perspective, thinking in modus revolutionari. Der Umsturz, the Umschlag, the turnover that was the revolution has become the envelope, Umschlag, of philosophy. This is where I wanted to move. Philosophy being enveloped by the revolution keeps track of what is eternal in what is and even in what is not or no longer. This might be considered to be a Hegelian account of anamnesis, and this seems to be a lesson that could not be more relevant today. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. I would listen to you all day, but we had to rush because the recording team is leaving at 4 p.m., so we are rushing for another speaker. We have 2 speakers today. Just 2 sentences. Gregor Moder is assistant professor at the Department of Philosophy at the Faculty of Arts at the University of Ljubljana. And he wrote many stuff, and he wrote also a book on Hegel and Spinoza, Substance and Negativity, published at Northwestern University Press in 2017, and I will finish here. So Gregor, the floor is yours.
Right, thank you very much. What is to be done is the title of my talk. And as everyone else before me, I also have to begin by thanking organizers, especially Goethe-Institut and Aufhebung. And thank you everyone who's been with us since this morning. This has been quite a long day, and hopefully this will, my presentation hopefully will not go over time. So the title of my presentation, What is to be done? And the first section is called, What the World Ought to Be. You'll see that I'll revisit many of the passages that have been mentioned by Frank just before me and by Mladen before that. But hopefully I'll allow for some fresh perspective, or at least different perspective. So Hegel famously claims in the outlines of the philosophy of right. Do you hear me well, by the way, even if you are back there? Yes, perfect, thank you. So that philosophy comes too late to teach us about what the world ought to be. And I would like to argue that Hegel has really good reasons to claim this, and that philosophy's too-lateness is what makes it work. Now, it may seem that Hegel condemns philosophy to the position of a passive observer of the world events, never capable of intervening in them. A philosopher may seem like a pathologist who, by performing an autopsy, can tell us the cause of death, but who cannot provide us with anything useful in terms of a cure for the patient when he or she was still alive. This image I'd like for you to keep in mind, this autopsy which does not produce cure for the patient because the patient is already dead. Furthermore, in the same passage, Hegel explicitly separates the thought from actuality, writing that, quote, as the thought of the world, philosophy appears only when actuality has completed its process of formation and attained its finished state, end of quote. So it seems that Hegel is thus condemning all philosophical thought to an impotent practice of looking back at the actuality, only cognizing but never taking part. Another quote from this same passage, when philosophy paints its gray in gray, a shape of life has grown old, and it cannot be rejuvenated. This is why I winked at the term rejuvenation. It cannot be rejuvenated, but only recognized by the gray in gray of philosophy. End of quote. So the Hegelian philosopher is perhaps like that angel described by Walter Benjamin, with Paul Klee's Angelus Novus in mind, whose wings are caught in the wind of history, forever destined to observe the expanding spread of a single catastrophe, but never being able to intervene, never able to look away from the past. Unsurprisingly, as Mladen Dolar pointed out in his presentation, Marxism rejected Hegel on this point, especially with Marx's infamous Thesis 11 in mind, claiming that philosophers have only ever interpreted the world, but the point is to change it. And if you recall Mladen's presentation earlier, if you were here, I'll just underline his point about this. Mladen even suggests that Thesis 11, apparently calling for revolutionary action, could even be read as a direct refutation of this particular line in Hegel. So Dolar writes, I'll just quote, the owl of Minerva would be the very epitome of philosophy which always comes too late and can merely interpret, end of quote. However, of course, it was not only revolutionaries that criticized Hegel. In fact, the separation of thought from actuality expressed in the conclusion of the preface to the outlines is inconsistent with Hegel's own assertions elsewhere. And what is almost baffling, it is in the very same preface, only a few pages back, that we find another equally important and equally far-reaching formula proposed by Hegel, which is what is rational is actual, and what is actual is rational. Now, assuming for the time being that philosophy could be described, as straightforwardly as the business of the rational, this formula seems to oppose the notion that philosophy arrives too late. If anything, this claim seems to put philosophy, well, more precisely, the thought itself, at the very core of what actually is. So it's this uneasy relationship between philosophy and actuality on the one hand, and actuality and rationality on the other hand, which indicates that Hegel's claim about philosophy arriving too late at the scene of events is not to be taken too lightly. And specifically, what philosophy comes too late to do is to teach us something, to give us an instruction about what is to be done. And Hegel's point about this is completely correct, I think. Not only is this point not in contradiction with the claim that the rational is actual and the actual rational, I think it can only be properly understood with and through this claim. It is precisely because thought is not a realm outside of actuality itself that philosophical thinking cannot simply subtract itself from the actuality and consider it as some sort of pure matter, which it can shape according to its own design, independent of that matter itself. The thinking subject does not primarily exist in itself and only secondarily intervenes in the world. This is why Hegel evokes in this context the ancient proverb, hic rodus hic salta. We can't save ourselves the trouble of engaging in the world by evoking some counterfactual ideal circumstances on the island of Rhodes. This is your Rhodes. This is where you do the jump. Now, this lesson, Hegel's lesson, is actually a fundamental lesson for all political philosophy. It is a grave mistake if we expect from philosophy to give us a simple set of instructions or guidelines to live by, to tell us in each particular historical situation what is to be done. There is something wrong with this question itself, what is to be done. And I think Spinoza was the one who explained this quite brilliantly in his opening of the Political Treatise. So let me quote from Spinoza. I think it's a brilliant passage, so I'll just read it out to you. And this is really the opening of his Political Treatise. Philosophers look upon the passions by which we are assailed as vices into which men fall through their own fault. So it is their custom to deride, bewail, berate them, or if their purpose is to appear more zealous than others, to execrate them. They believe that they are thus performing a sacred duty, and that they are attaining the summit of wisdom when they have learned how to shower extravagant praise on a human nature that nowhere exists and to revile that which exists in actuality. The fact is that they conceive men not as they are, and I want to underline this phrase, they conceive men not as they are, but as they would like them to be. As a result, for the most part, it is not ethics they have written, but satire. And they have never worked out a political theory that can have practical application, only one that borders on fantasy. Spinoza, I think, is at his best here. He makes it really clear that we can either take up the position of a moralist and chastise people, or get involved in what he calls an analysis of what is. Moralists will always know exactly what needs to be done. But that is why no amount of moralism can ever add up or lead to a proper political philosophy. And I want to add that Marx and Engels make a very similar point in the German ideology when they denounce all attempts of philosophers to, as they phrase it, I quote, descend from heaven to earth, end of quote. Instead, what Marx and Engels propose is an analysis of real men, this is how they call it, real active men, and seek to explain people's ideas and the general ideology of the period from that vantage point onwards. Now, the theoretical move that Marx and Engels make here is actually quite complex and convoluted compared to a much more simple and straightforward move that Spinoza makes. Because Marx and Engels are not simply criticizing moralism, they are criticizing young Hegelians like Feuerbach, who are actually themselves critical, at least to an extent, of the moralist approach to political philosophy. The problem of young Hegelians is that they attempt to criticize an idea from the standpoint of another idea. And so in the preface, Marx and Engels write about the attempts of these young Hegelians, I quote, "Hitherto, men have constantly made up for themselves false conceptions about themselves, about what they are and what they ought to be. Let us revolt against the rule of thoughts. Let us teach men, says one, to exchange these imaginations for thoughts which correspond to the essence of man. Says the second, to take up a critical attitude to them. Says the third, to knock them out of their heads, and existing reality will collapse." End of quote. So it's a rhetorically interesting way how Marx and Engels introduce this critique of Feuerbach and young Hegelians. Again, this theoretical move is complex because they do in principle agree with Feuerbach about the imaginary nature of conceptions which men make about themselves. It's just that they don't believe that such false conceptions can be simply removed by teaching people some truth about themselves. And this theoretical move, again, is something that resonates deeply with Spinoza's thought. Recall how in ethics, Spinoza makes a distinction between an adequate and an inadequate idea. Inadequate ideas are ideas that people form spontaneously with the help of their imagination on the basis of their accidental encounters in their world. Spinoza's point is that even when we are capable of forming what he calls an adequate idea, the inadequate idea, which is our imaginary representation of ourselves and the world we live in, or as Marx and Engels and Althusser would call simply ideology, it will not simply disperse. Even when we are able to form an adequate idea, ideology will not simply disperse. The only way an adequate idea can replace an inadequate idea is not by virtue of it being the truth, but by virtue of functioning as a stronger affect. And this, I think, brings us back almost precisely to what Hegel is saying about philosophy being structurally too late to teach us something, to simply tell us what the truth is so that we may act accordingly. Knowledge just does not work that way. In short, even though Marx and Engels explicitly criticize Hegel's philosophy and Hegel's dialectics, on this fundamental point about how proper political philosophy should proceed, they are in agreement. And there's even a Hegel's version of what Spinoza says in the opening of Political Treatise, and that's also quite brilliant, so let me read that. So this is from Hegel, from the outlines. "This treatise, therefore, insofar as it deals with political science, shall be nothing other than an attempt to comprehend and portray the state as an inherently rational entity. As a philosophical composition, it must distance itself as far as possible from the obligation to construct a state as it ought to be." I mean, this is almost verbatim Spinoza, right? Such instruction as it may contain cannot be aimed at instructing the state on how it ought to be, but rather at showing how the state, as the ethical universe, should be recognized, should be cognized, der können. We come back to this term here. So again, Hegel clearly rejects the notion that political science should describe an ideal state, how we believe things will function properly, a utopia or a fantasy. And again, this is the point where thinkers like Spinoza, Hegel, and Marx form a kind of a block within a field of political philosophy. And at the same time, we must underline also the distinction between Spinoza's formulation and Hegel's. While Spinoza is playing with the separation between what the world is and what the world ought to be, which seems like a very simple, very straightforward separation, Hegel introduces and complicates things by introducing the category of knowledge, erkennen. So philosophical knowledge is not simply an idea about what the world ought to be. This is clearly what Hegel is saying. It clearly belongs to the realm of actuality, However, knowledge also isn't simply that which is. There is some tension between what is and what is actual or rational, and I'll try to come back to this question in the second part of this presentation, if there's time. And you'll be guilty if there's no time, of course. Sorry.
25.
All right. So I'm coming now to my surprise poet, my surprise personage. I wish to make one final remark on this point. What would someone who is deeply involved in the political, even revolutionary practice, respond to the question, what is to be done? As it turns out, Comrade Lenin did in fact have something to say on this matter. And he, as one would expect, offered some practical advice. For instance, Lenin called for unity and consolidation of the forces behind revolutionary press. However, his concluding remarks to the famous text, I said the famous text, in the famous text, что делать, what is to be done, is actually, and perhaps surprisingly, not a manual of what is to be done at all. I mean, if we want to say, okay, Uncle Lenin, please tell us, the situation is dire, what is to be done, что делать? But unfortunately, Lenin does not give us a manual of what is to be done. Instead, Lenin decides to present to us a brief historical overview of the social democracy in Russia. This is what he does. And Lenin describes this history of social democracy in Russia as falling into three distinct periods, and claims that his contemporary period, which he calls the third period, is a period of great advances, but also of some discord among the leaders. Specifically, Lenin evokes the image of a youth, of a young man, whose voice starts to change during puberty. So this third period, this current state in 1902, the current state of affairs in Lenin's time is thus compared to puberty. And it is clear that Lenin wants to argue that for some sort of growing up, for becoming fully a man, becoming adult. And I don't need to remind you probably that since at least from Kant's text on the Enlightenment onward, it is clear that the metaphor of growing up is an extremely powerful political metaphor. Now, let's take a look at how Lenin specifically finishes this curious text. He finishes it by trying to sum up the historical periodization and look into the future. So this is actually my quote from Lenin. I've never read Lenin in my life before this. So, you know, I might be completely wrong in my reading, but this is what he writes. So Lenin writes, "When the third period will come to an end and the fourth, now heralded by many portents, will begin, we do not know." That's very honest, right? We simply do not know. We are passing from the sphere of history to the sphere of the present and partly of the future. And at this point, Lenin decides to couple the metaphor of growing up with a nest of military metaphors. So he writes, and this is just a continuation of the text, "But we firmly believe that the fourth period," which of course doesn't exist yet, he's in the third period, "the fourth period will lead to the consolidation of militant Marxism, that Russian social democracy will emerge from the crisis in the full flower of manhood," so I'm underlining this metaphor of growing up, "that the opportunist rearguard will be replaced by the genuine vanguard of the most revolutionary class." So again, the year is 1902, and we're still very far from anything resembling an army behind Lenin. So the metaphors used here are precisely that. They're just metaphors. As Lenin imagines them, historical periods are changing places in a manner which is similar to the change of guards. So there's a historical change, smjena, and I argue that it has a certain quality of the smjena karavla, of change of guards. And finally, Lenin writes this extremely brief conclusion. So again, we have to imagine that people are coming, Uncle Lenin, tell us what is to be done. And this is his atvet, this is his answer. In the sense of calling for such a replacement, for this historical change, and by way of summing up what has been expounded above, we may meet the question, what is to be done, with the brief reply, put an end to the third period. Likvidirovat tretji period. That's his advice. That's his answer to what is to be done. So the answer to the burning question of the day, even in 1902 or today, what is to be done? We could respond following Lenin, likvidirovat tretji period. What kind of response is this? This remark is stunning because, again, it evokes the work of a historian rather than that of a politician. It seems that for Lenin, the political action in the proper meaning of the term, at least in this final move of this text, is a gesture of a historian. A formal gesture of placing a full stop at the end of a historical period. What is needed is precisely for our own historical period to be recognized as such, as a historical period, and liquidated. This remark is also somewhat paradoxical, of course, in as much as it depends from us to be our own historians, historians of our own present moment. This remark seems to be saying something like the famous political slogan, "We are the ones we have been waiting for." So not even a revolutionary like Lenin can really instruct us in a manner of writing a manual into what is to be done. Because the very question, in a way, is wrong. Because what is to be done is not an action we could abstractly choose among many other actions, but it is the realization that we ourselves are the historical agent. And what I want to do with this quote, crazy quote of Lenin, is I want to read Hegel's preface to the outlines of the philosophy of right precisely through Lenin here. When Hegel says that philosophy cannot rejuvenate a historical period, a specific shape of life, that it can only recognize it or cognize it, this is not to be considered as a defect of philosophy, but precisely as its politically important task. And Hegel writes, when philosophy paints its graying gray, then has a shape of life grown old. Isn't this precisely what Lenin says is required, to recognize what he calls the third period for what it is and to allow it to pass away? And when Hegel tells us that philosophy comes too late to instruct us in what is to be done, that is not a testament of its political impotence. At the onset of this presentation, I evoked the notion of philosophy, according to Hegel, being only able to perform an autopsy, but always coming too late to cure the patient. But with Lenin's text in mind, we can now be more specific about what this image gets right and where it misses the point. The task of philosophy is not to cure or rejuvenate our present historical moment, but precisely through the labor of cognizing it, to let it grow old and let it pass away. So in a way, I suppose, I'm suggesting that the philosopher is the one who brings the gift of death to history. And if I have some more time?
15 minutes.
Oh, 15 minutes, okay, that's quite enough time. I want to introduce another thinker into this discussion, and it's also another surprise. This will be Fichte. So this section's title is Hegel and Fichte on Philosophy as a Matter of Life and Death. So let us dig a little deeper into the question of death with regard to knowledge. My comparison of the work of philosophy to the work of anatomy is, of course, not coincidental. Hegel himself makes this comparison, as you know, in the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit, in one of the opening paragraphs, if not even the first paragraph. Hegel writes that in philosophy, one cannot simply state one's aims, nor can one skip the process of cognizance itself and directly list the results. And of course, listing the results, this would be precisely what those who are looking for instructions would want. You know, just give us the results. Just tell us, you know, the Fazit. Just, you know, don't lead us through through the work of cognizing. Just tell us. Just tell us the result. The truth, the end result. And Hegel gives an example of the science of anatomy as a good example of a science where it should be clear. He argues that, I quote, merely acquainting oneself with the parts of the body taken in accordance with their lifeless existence, nobody would thereby think that he has come into full possession of the salient substance of that science, end of quote. So when you ask anatomists, you know, for the results, you know, just give us the results, it's clear to everyone that anatomy as a science clearly has to deal with the relationship of the organs in as much as they are alive, right? So in anatomy, you don't have this problem, which is a problem for philosophy, that people expect philosophers to just deliver the results. But this example that Hegel chooses is somewhat perplexing, because anatomy has actually, as we all know, made fantastic, great advances precisely by studying lifeless existence of cadavers and corpses. And Hegel further explains that philosophy too must proceed by treating its subject matter as some sort of living organism. Various philosophical systems are not simply abstractly competing for the same fixed truth, and some are correct, others not. Hegel argues rather that they are all historically necessary. Their contradictions, Hegel famously compares to the organic process of a plant, where the bud is refuted by the blossom, which is in turn refuted by the fruit, and so on. Hegel writes that in philosophy, the subject matter is not simply exhausted in its aim, its end result. He writes, I think I have a quote, yes. The aim for itself is a lifeless universal, in the way that the tendency of the work itself is a mere drive that still lacks actuality. The bare result is just the corpse that has left the tendency behind, end of quote. And here is where I want to compare his phrasing with that of Fichte, because it seems that in this idea, Hegel is repeating the gesture of Fichte. Though, as I hope I will be able to demonstrate, there is some difference between their formulations, a difference which I think is quite significant. Now, recall how Fichte argues that his system of knowledge is a completely novel philosophical enterprise. So this is from Fichte. The science of knowledge is a very different matter from other philosophical systems. Its chosen topic of consideration is not a lifeless concept. So we get to this term again. Is not a lifeless concept, passively exposed to its inquiry merely, of which it makes something only by its own thought, but a living and active thing which engenders insights from and through itself, and which the philosopher merely contemplates. His role, philosopher's role in the affair, goes no further than to translate the living force into purposeful activity, to observe the activity in question, to apprehend it and grasp it as a unity. So in short, Fichte argues that the novelty of what he proposes, of his system, lies in the fact that his system treats the object of knowledge as a living thing. By contrast, and this is where we'll see that this is another example of comparison to anatomy. We'll see corpses falling soon. Other philosophical systems are doing something like Dr. Frankenstein is doing. Let's read this second quote as well. So the philosopher of the first type, of the false type, Fichte says, is fashioning an artifact. Before he goes to work, this inner living force must have already been killed. or it would offer resistance to his efforts. From this dead mass, he fashions something, purely through his own powers, and in accordance only with his own concept, already devised beforehand. End of quote. So these are extremely famous quotes, of course, from the works of the classics. But I simply wanted to remind you about those and to try to point out where I see the difference nevertheless lies. So it seems that both Fichte and Hegel share the claim that the proper philosophical perspective is to treat its topic of concern as a living force. And they both seem to refer explicitly or not to the science of anatomy. And again, if you want, you can easily find quotes like from the preface to the Phenomenology, where Hegel writes, "Science may organize itself only through the proper life of the concept." End of quote. However, as it turns out in the later passages of the preface to the Phenomenology, for Hegel, the relationship to the anatomy is actually much more complicated. The point that I'm trying to get at is that it is not that an object must be killed before it can be properly observed, but that theoretical observation is the very act of mortification. Hegel writes about understanding as, I quote, "the most astonishing and the greatest of all powers." It is understanding itself that is to be considered as the activity of separation of the non-actual. And he describes this power in the following way. So this is again from Hegel. "However, the fact that the accidental, separated from its surroundings, attains an isolated freedom and its own proper existence only in its being bound to other actualities and only as existing in their context is the tremendous power of the negative. It is the energy of thinking, of the pure I." And this is, where does this come from? Death. If that is what you want to call this non-actuality, like we didn't, you did, dear Hegel. Death is what we wish to call this non-actuality, is the most fearful thing of all. Sorry, I hear so much echo. Is the most fearful thing of all, and to keep and hold fast to what is dead requires only the greatest force. Which I decide to read that it's a dense and complex text, but the way I'm reading it is that the power of thought, the power of pure I, as Hegel understands it, is the tremendous power to detach a contingency from its immediate context and set it free. It is the thought itself that gives to something contingent an existence and freedom of its own. It picks it up from its immediate context and raises it up to the level of an idea. And this power is what Hegel calls death. And he further claims, I quote, that this power is the same as what in the preceding was called the subject. End of quote. Again, a very complex argument, a very dense paragraph, but a basic, cool, I'm almost there. But the basic idea is that pure subjectivity, the thought itself, is the absolute power of the negative, of death itself. And so the relationship between philosophy and its subject matter is for Hegel neither that of the science of anatomy, which proceeds by examining cadavers and corpses, but also not that of Fichte's science of knowledge, which only translates the living force into a purposeful activity, sort of only just jotting down what the living concept itself is doing. For Hegel, the work of the philosopher is precisely the work of the liquidator. And if we come back to the question of the utmost political urgency, namely, what is to be done, I do believe that Hegel's answer could be paraphrased with Lenin. In short, what our historical period demands is that we grasp it as a historical period, both in its necessity and its unity, and to liquidate it, to put an end to it, to bring death to it. So this is bringing death to what you recognize is the power of philosophy. Thank you very much.
Thank you to both speakers.
so we have some time left for discussion. We are quite punctured, so we now have luxurious half an hour to discuss things, and I will just use the power I have with the microphone, and I will just share with Frank and Gregor some of my associations with their speak. I would like, Frank, if you would, because you were quite, you were in fifth gear or something, but at the end you mentioned the notion of umschlagen. And maybe perhaps if you have some ideas to share with us, how do you see this? Because it's not Umkehr, it's not Umkehrung, and why do you choose this word, this concept, etc. And the second thing, perhaps, if you want to answer, just answer, but if you don't want to answer, don't. So
okay, then
you were speaking about Hegel being conditioned by French Revolution. And I was wondering whether somewhere down there you were leading discussion with Badiou and with his notion of philosophy being under condition of. So if you can share something with us. I don't have any question to you, Gregor, but that's just fine. Two associations. First, while listening to you, I remember this famous Kantian sort of a joke in Streider Fakultäten where he mentions patient, some sort of a joke about an operation successful, patient died, patient dead. And I was wondering whether the shift from Kant to Hegel could be also approaching these terms you were describing, death and life, because for Hegel the patient is already dead. This is the beginning. So this is the beginning, and it can be somehow linked to the Lacanian reading of the death as a death drive, So you're not completely dead. So there's undeadness. There's a sphere of opened by philosophy. So we are leaving the traditional terrain of swimming, Kant being reproached that he's trying to teach somebody to swim without jumping into the water, and Hegel says, jump already to it. Now it's some other terrain. And a second remark concerning Lenin. This text is quite controversial, you were mentioning what is to be done. Because in it, as I think my memory is correct, in it Lenin somehow develops point of view of the party. So there's not talk anymore about philosophy or history, etc., but somehow a class conscience should be brought into the working class by the party externally, and party is never wrong. So that was a quite controversial point leading to the split in the Russian working movement, etc., etc. So that would be for my part, and then I will. Do you want to answer now, or should you take the answers?
If we have the lecture, let's do it one by one, right?
Okay. Frank.
Yeah. So I'm going to start with the second question and make that into an answer for the first one too, because yes, in some sense, it is an attempt to, or it was an attempt to seek to understand what it means that the French Revolution is an event that conditions, that does something to Hegel's way of thinking. Right. The problems, I mean, this is why I refer to this one passage in the Philosophy of History where he says, right, the future will have to find a solution. And the problem is a problem of form in some sense, right? How to bring together singular, radical singular, and at the same time collective a realization of freedom. It's a problem of form because it manifests in instability, right? So the revolution is stuck revolutionizing somehow, right? It generates over and over again. It repeats itself, right? In its own process, it's stuck in repeating itself. So in the discussion I wanted to have with Ritter and Habermas is they both offer different accounts of what they think the impact on the French Revolution is of Hegel. And Ritter, if I am not misreading this, basically says, well, it's a problem in objective spirit. It remains, the solution must be found in objective spirit. And so the whole thing is contained within the sphere of, within the realm of objective spirit. Yet, in developing this, he basically says, well, all concepts and determinations that Hegel are talking about, that Hegel uses have a, let's say, revolutionary kernel, right? So his entire agenda, his entire vocabulary, right? I mean, is saturated with revolutionary thinking. Right? And for Ritter, this shows inter alia, because Hegel is a thinker of negation, that this is maybe the most gigantic attempt of practical negation that must be dealt with in some sense, right? Negativity as kernel of freedom. So, and what I wanted to suggest is that Ritter gives a problematic account, Habermas gives a problematic account, because one must say something to answer that question, how philosophy in its very self-understanding and progression, and in its very form of thinking, is in one way or another determined by this historical event. And what I didn't develop at all is precisely the answer to your first question, and I don't have a good one, but Hegel, so this is why I started with this Adorno quotation, where Adorno says, well, it's not about, it's a point that already early Marx makes, but early Marx makes that strangely critical with regard to Hegel, but forget that. So Adorno basically says, in Hegel we don't get unbroken transition, Übergänge, right, where one leads to another, but Umschläge. Right? This is so, it's always, he goes through the extremes and then something, right, from absolute manifestation of freedom, we get total unfreedom, so, something like that, right? So a logic which comes, I think, close, and I think Sebastian Rödl also mentioned in one reply the Umschlag, and so it's the point where something flips over, right? But the German term Umschlag also means, envelope, right?
Fold back, yeah.
So it's basically what envelops, right? What surrounds something, right? And so my suggestion, ideally, if I could have developed this, my idea was to think in that direction. What if Hegel's word for what you would call conditioning is Umschlag?
Okay. All right. So you asked me two questions, one about Hegel and one about Lenin. Hegel, the patient is already dead for Hegel. I'm not sure if I agree with that. I mean, the point that I was trying to develop is that it's, you know, the patient is already dead for the science of anatomy, which is not exactly the same thing as what Hegel is doing. Both Hegel and Fichte, I said, insist on the idea that their subject matter is a living thing, is a living organism, is the life of the concept, whatever. However, towards the end, I try to show that Hegel's actual position is that, you know, in a way, knowledge brings death to that which it cognizes. And what I mean to say by that is, and why Hegel uses death is probably linked to the reason, you know, to the reasons connected to the meaning of death within Christian metaphysics, but let's not go into there. What I want to say is simply that the way I try to present the question of Too-lateness is that there's a tension between actuality and knowledge, and that knowledge intervenes and changes actuality. Okay. So that would be my point with regard to that. So no, patience is not already dead. Patience is allowed to die through the knowledge of his disease, whatever. So let him die. And with regard to Lenin, of course, I have zero knowledge of Lenin. But the question that you raise, namely whether it should be the leading party that, you know, liberates us all, or should people somehow liberate themselves, is interesting. because that is the very question that Aufklärers themselves were asking. So if you go back to even Kant's response to what is Aufklärung, you'll see that behind it is like this whole discussion about, I think, this whole question about Aufklärung was sprung with a kind of a practical question. We, the Enlightenment people, know that marriages are a civil union, and so there's no reason for church to be present in that. It's a legal matter. But the question for them was, should we force people into marrying without the church being present? Right? I mean, this was for them an actual question. Are we allowed to? And they knew that what they would expect. They would expect people to be annoyed by that. So, I mean, the question is as old as time itself, I think. And I'm not advocating Lenin here or arguing against him, because I simply do not know the background of his problems. But the question that you're raising is, I think, is the question of liberation.
Okay. I will pass now microphone, but one remark. When you speak to the microphone, please hold it like this. Attack the first part with your voice, so it will be much clearer.
Thank you. I hope it is correct. Thank you very much both for the speeches. I have two questions. No? Okay. Two questions for Gregor. I don't know if there are if they are questions or observations. In the first years of the 19th century, as 81 or 82, Hegel read a book that is very important for him, and it is a book of a biologist, the book of Xavier Bichat. The title of the book is Recherche physiologique sur la vie et la mort. And in this book, Bichat writes that life is the sum of the functions that resists to death. I think that your quotation has to do with this Bichat. It's not a definition of life, but something similar of a definition, where Bichat says that we can't speak of life without speaking of death. That speaking of life, that talking something about life means to have to do with death. And this could be perhaps a street in order to have clearer this quotation of the phenomenology. It was the last one, I think. The second observation has not to do with your talk, but it was, I think it's really difficult to discuss on Hegel sometimes with English terminology. I've seen the translation of the title of the Wissenschaftslehre. Wissenschaftslehre is translated as the science of knowledge. Yeah, but here is science of knowledge, and it has nothing to do with the Wissenschaftslehre. It could be the knowledge of science, Wissenschaftslehre. And I thought that this question has to do with some problems we discussed today. Because when we speak about absolute knowledge, we are using knowledge, but Hegel is using Wissen und nicht Kennen. And when we see knowledge, we think to können and nicht to wissen and not to wissen. Sorry, it was only a problem for me. I don't know if Klaus is that word.
No, you're absolutely correct. I just want to comment briefly. So thank you about the Pichard reference, and I agree with wissen and erkennen is a different thing. I think the way these translators I worked with deal with it, they made a difference between knowledge and cognizing. So.
Thank you for these wonderful presentations. I want to make some mentions, and I want to hint to Frank Ruda, to Kant, Revolution der Denkungsart, revolution of the art of thinking. This is before the French Revolution took place, in the first critique, then in Aufklärungsschrift, and so on. I wanted to mention this. Maybe you know it, but I wanted to mention it. And now I want to say a little bit to Gregor Mode. Fichte wrote a small contribution called Über Geist und Buchstab in der Philosophie, on spirit and letter in philosophy. And there, his idea is in this writing that spirit is the vivid kind of thinking and letter is the dead kind of thinking. There you have this whole tradition in these years. It seems to me Herder has something written about this and so on. I wanted to mention this. And another tradition that binds together thinking and vividness, living, is Kant's philosophy of teleology and his idea of organisms, because there Kant himself made a link between thinking a whole, a system, with organizational thinking. And this is something that is very largely taken up from Fichte, from Hegel, from Schelling, and so on. I wanted to mention this and to keep this in mind. And one small thing I wanted to say, you spoke of Spinoza, inadequate and adequate knowledge. And you said even with adequate knowledge, the inadequate knowledge does not disappear. It can never disappear. The problem is that, and the problems arise when inadequate knowledge will not be taken as a preliminary knowledge and the private knowledge or subjective knowledge of a moment and of something that I have picked up by my affections, but if I take it as a general idea. This is the problem. The relation of first, second, and third kinds of knowledge stay ever in Spinoza's theory. And it's always important that we have first kind of knowledge and of, because this gives us the impressions of the outer world.
Maybe I can just thank you for the reminder. I was aware of that. I was just I referred to a reading of the second part of the phenomenology that was proposed by Rebecca Comey, and there she does make the following claim that why does Hegel? She starts from the question, why does Hegel move through absolute freedom and terror in the phenomenology and then to morality? And then discuss Kant. And her reading of this is that Hegel there seeks to give an account of why there was no revolution in Germany. And part of that is because there was some kind of, let's say, inner revolution. So in her reading, right, what does Kant's practical philosophy do? It keeps on demanding and demanding. And in her reading, this means it is like internalized terror. Right, the voice of consciousness constantly demanding that we act ethically appropriate and so forth. And so Kantian practical philosophy, in this reading, we can talk about if you find that convincing, but her reading is Kantian philosophy is presented by Hegel as a kind of, Kantian practical philosophy is presented in the phenomenology as a kind of attempt to ward off the real revolutionary action by over-identifying with it and internalizing it. Right? This was the point that I wanted to make, that this is from her perspective, the function of Kantian philosophy or critical philosophy in relation to the French Revolution. And I wanted to mention that because this only makes sense if one reads Kant's practical philosophy already as a response to the French Revolution. Otherwise, it's a weird reading of Kant, obviously. But if you think that this necessarily, somehow systematically hangs together with the French Revolution and what Hegel develops about it, then this reading makes a lot of sense. But that means Hegel's perspective on Kant is the perspective of the revolution. This is the claim that I wanted to make.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say about the distinction between letter and spirit. I think this is a really good and excellent, this is a great tradition, I think. And once we enter into this debate, I think we go, yeah, I think we go to Protestantism, we go to Christian metaphysics. Gadamer has a brilliant way of reading. You know, he points out that in a Christian mass, you're not just reading the text, actually you're reliving or somehow reviving, rejuvenating if you want, but somehow not rejuvenating as a secondary, but like, you know, Christ lives in our worshiping him, to put it shortly. So this is a really huge tradition. And of course, when Hegel speaks of death, he means death in a good way. He means death like, he's discussing death in the sense that he's discussing death in Antigone. You know, the one thing that anyone can do in the Greek antiquity is that a woman buries a man. Because it's precisely in the act of burial that death doesn't function simply as a natural occurrence, but functions as new life in a community, in a political community. So I'd say that, you know, this is an extremely charged topic with very many traditions that are behind it. And, you know, thank you for reminding me of this Christian, basically, tradition of the relation between letter and spirit. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, I have a question to Mr. Mode. On the one hand, I like your presentation very much. On the other hand, I wonder if it really covers the whole story, because you now reduced Hegel really to, so to say, a mere contemplator, Hegel's philosophy, and so the interactive relevance for society seems to be at a very, very low level. So I was thinking about counter-examples. One thing is, if you want to have a receipt, just look at Hegel's criticism of contemporary philosophy. Don't philosophize like Kant. Don't philosophize like Fichte. And so on and so on. So that is immediately a receipt how not to do a philosophical practice. Now, if we now go to the philosophy of right, he also says, and this is against the background, of course, of Kant's metaphysics of morals, which is conceived of as a doctrine of duties, whereas Hegel offers a doctrine of the actuality of freedom. But he says, if you want, put after every sentence, this is a duty. But it's not important because it's not his issue. So apparently there is a possibility also to conceive of these determinations of the philosophy of right as duties, and therefore as something which is as an imperative character. Then if you take into account that Hegel makes it or has this doctrine on Bildung, practical Bildung, education, and theoretical education, there it turns out that, so to say, we are continuously in this process of education. And of course, philosophy, reflecting on the principles of modern society, contributes to this process of Bildung. So there is also a moment, and then even, I think it's in the Rechtspflege, he makes a remark that we have to reflect these legal determinations and so on. So there also seems to be another side of Hegel, and I would even hold that Kant's metaphysics of morals systematically could be integrated as a subsequent discipline of Hegel's theory of Bildung. But as Hegel's theory of Sittlichkeit or of law, or right, excuse me, is on the actuality of freedom, this is not a primary issue. But it does not exclude it, but it's not a primary issue. So I think there is an other side of Hegel too, not only let something die. By the way, I don't know what it would mean, let freedom die as a principle of human life. What would that mean? What would be the next shape be? How can you let freedom die and just look at it? How do you think that works?
So just briefly, I'll just say that, yes, I mean, you kind of put your finger on this being a very, how should I say, tendentious presentation. So I wanted to make a very strong case of Hegel, even with the concept of too-lateness of philosophy, not actually arguing that philosophy is impotent, but rather, that this too-lateness belongs to the actuality itself in a way. And so, I made an extreme argument, and I'll stick with it. I'll stick to my guns, but I am fully aware that it's an extreme argument.
One more question?
Yeah, thank you. Gregor, I was waiting for the theater, but perhaps it was implicit all along and I didn't get it. But I want to ask something else. I'm a bit flooded by ideas I want to understand better, and so it may be insufficiently clear. It's actually directed at both of you. In this passage in the Philosophy of Right, where there is this scorn poured over those who present prescriptions as to what ought to be normative statements, scorn poured over them. The idea of what is that's opposed to it must be such, I seem to understand, as to exhaust, as to take up all the space, speaking metaphorically, to leave no space for an ought that could be opposed to it. This appears to me to mean that the form of knowledge that Hegel wants to lay out in the Philosophy of Right is no practical knowledge. He himself describes practical knowledge as ineliminably informed by the not yet. Yeah, this is what constitutes its practicality. But he doesn't want his own Philosophy of Right to be informed by the not yet. This is how I read the passage. So I was wondering what you could say about the kind of knowledge that the Philosophy of Right is supposed to be, absolute knowledge, practical knowledge. I mean, this is a tension that's, I think, within ethics as a philosophical enterprise from the beginning. And just in one last, in the Nicomachean ethics, there's this overcoming of the practical within the ethics itself. This is the culmination point of the Nicomachean ethics. Though it doesn't seem to me to be foreign to a tradition of ethics itself to understand its own practicality in such a way as to overcome it, and thereby. So I wonder whether you could say something about that, so as to help me understand that.
All right, so I'll just start with the theater, which was announced and which I did hope to speak about, but then didn't. And I'll just, extremely briefly sketch my intention, which was simply to approach the question of too-lateness also with some reference to what Bara Kolenc was saying this morning about repetition, so that somehow we have to think repetition as that which produces both the original and itself, and the repetition and the copy. And the thing would be that theater seems to be precisely that. I mean, when you have theater, you don't really have the original. I mean, there's no, it's pretense, it's a show, it's pure appearance, but there's no reality of that which theater only performs. So I think it's a nice metaphor to use when you're trying to deal with with this kind of primordial repetition or primordial reflection, if you want, or primordial rebound. Mladen was mentioning absolute recoil, absolute Gegenstoß, but there's no Stoß, there's no primordial Stoß against which Gegenstoß would be secondary. Nevertheless, it's still Gegenstoß. In short, I just wanted to use theater as one way to think about this. And it's not coincidental. I mean, it's in Hegel. It's especially in doctrine of essence. He's discussing Sein and Schein, appearance and so on. I'll not go into too much. But here is a quote I took, of course, from the obvious text by Marx on the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. And he's discussing. I like this quote. I'll just read it from Marx. And just as they seem like the revolutionaries seem to be occupied with revolutionizing themselves and things, creating something that did not exist before, precisely in such epochs of revolutionary crisis, they anxiously conjure up the spirits of the past to their service, borrowing from them names, battle slogans, and costumes in order to present this new scene in world history in time-honored disguise and borrowed language. Thus, this is crazy, but it's brilliant, thus Luther donned the mask of the Apostle Paul. So in a way, if you want to make a revolution, if you want to create something new, you are forced to produce it in a kind of a repetition, as a kind of a repetition. So I thought this was interesting. But I let the more complex question to be answered by Frank.
Thanks. No, it's always fun to share a panel with you. So maybe I could say two things, and then you tell me if I'm even touching upon elements of the issue that you raised. So the problem with giving prescriptions and instructions is with what he says with belehren, is that it's too external, right? It's normative, and it is external to what it supposes to be the norm of. Now one could immediately say, well, of course then the other option must necessarily be simply depict the immanent normativity of what is. But at that precise passage, I think, Hegel's self-description of philosophy's belatedness plays a role, because if it is not always already and uniquely clear when something is really too late or not, so if there is a moment of risk involved in it, the immanent depiction of, let's say, the rationality and normativity of a certain structure itself is part of the risk that philosophy takes in doing what it does, right? So the attempt to provide an account of the inner normativity of certain shapes of spirit that soon will vanish because they already have grown old implies a moment, let's say, of normative ambiguity in the act of philosophy doing what it does itself. In this sense, I'm kind of reformulating, I think, an argument that the early Robert Pippin at one point made, because he basically said, well, it's astounding that Hegel uses the Olaf Minerva image, and a lot of people thought that what he is actually formulating is a normative account of the state, right, like an ideal state. And Pippin simply remarked, no, that cannot be the case, because this image makes no sense, or Hegel is highly oblivious or an idiot, if what he describes is about to disappear, vanish, right? Because it cannot, let's say, surmount and deal with the contradictions that Hegel depicts. that make not simply its own inner rationality legible, but provide a, let's say, rational account of why it will vanish, too. Right? So the contradictions that Hegel depicts in depicting what he calls state and civil society and all the different structures must be such that they can't be sublated or dealt with. Otherwise, his own position makes no sense or is unsystematic. Does that? I don't know.
I think it's really late now. I will close this session now. I will thank Frank and Gregor again and you, audience, for participating here. I have to remind you that the next our session starts at 18:30 in military language, so be prepared. There are some croissants there at the table. I don't know, take some coffee. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Frank.
No,
send me this.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you will.
I will.